Hey there, welcome to my channel. I just started this channel, and your support means the world to me. It helps me keep sharing the stories I love. This video is completely ad-free and designed to help you fall asleep fast and comfortably. Like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy the kind of stories I share here. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's amazing to feel connected with all of you. Now, dim the lights, turn on a soft fan if you like, and let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. I was chosen for a sleep experiment. No one told me I'd be the only subject left. The advertisement was unassuming, tucked between a plea for plasma donors and a gig for a part-time dog walker. It was printed in the bland sans-serif font of institutional efficiency. Volunteers needed for paid somnology study. Participants must be in good health, age 21-35, with no history of sleep disorders. Compensation, $15,000 for a 2-week commitment. 15 grand. To a freelance graphic designer like me, neck deep in student loans and living off ramen that tasted of salty despair, that number wasn't just compensation. It was a lifeline. It was 2 months' rent, a down payment on a reliable car, a chance to breathe. All I had to do was sleep. It sounded like the easiest money I would ever make. My name is Leo, and my capacity for optimism has always been my most dangerous flaw. The intake process took place in a sterile downtown office building that smelled of lemon-scented cleaner and quiet desperation. I sat on a plastic chair, filling out a questionnaire that probed every corner of my life, from my childhood fears to my current caffeine intake. One by one, we were called back to meet the man in charge, Dr. Alistair Finch. He was a man who seemed to have been carved from a block of granite and then polished to a high sheen. He had a perfectly trimmed gray beard, sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see right through you, and a smile that was both reassuring and utterly devoid of warmth. "The purpose of Project Morpheus," he explained to me, his voice a smooth, confident baritone, "is to study the effect of a new neurostimulant, which we're calling somnolin. Our hypothesis is that it can dramatically enhance the restorative qualities of REM sleep, allowing the brain to achieve in 4 hours what it normally would in 8. Imagine the applications, Mr. Vance. Increased productivity, accelerated learning, even rapid trauma processing." He made it sound like we were on the cusp of curing the human condition itself. I nodded along, pretending to be fascinated by the science, but all I could see were dollar signs. There were 4 other subjects chosen alongside me. We were a motley crew, united by our shared need for a quick payday. There was Marcus, a former Marine, with a cynical smirk and a web of tattoos crawling up his neck. Chloe, a bubbly, perpetually cheerful art student with magenta-streaked hair. Ben, a quiet, socially awkward programmer who seemed to communicate better with his laptop than with people. And Zara, a high-strung grad student who jumped at every unexpected noise. The facility was located in the basement of the same office building, but it felt like a different world. A series of heavy soundproof doors led us into a self-contained habitat, a windowless bunker of stark white walls, soft gray carpet, and recessed lighting that mimicked a 24-hour cycle. The air was cool and tasted filtered, recycled. We were completely cut off from the outside world. No phones, no internet. Our home for the next 14 days. Each of us was assigned a small, comfortable room. It contained a single bed embedded with a latticework of sensors, a small desk, and a camera mounted in the upper corner of the ceiling, a dispassionate, unblinking eye. Dr. Finch assured us it was only for monitoring our sleep patterns and ensuring our safety. A pleasant communal area with a kitchenette and a small library of pre-approved books and board games served as our living room. It was all designed to be calming, a sterile, controlled womb. But as that final door hissed shut behind us, locking us in, I felt a tremor of unease. It didn't feel like a womb. It felt like a tomb. The first few days were almost comically benign. We'd sleep in our sensor-laden beds and IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Finch called a microdose of somnolin. During our waking hours, which were strictly regulated, we underwent a battery of tests, memory games, logic puzzles, reaction time assessments. We'd fill out detailed questionnaires about our dreams, our moods, our energy levels. And at first, it was incredible. I'd never felt so rested. I would wake up feeling a profound sense of clarity, as if my mind had been decluttered and polished overnight. My dreams were vivid, cinematic. I dreamt of soaring over mountain ranges, of revisiting a perfect, sun-drenched day from my childhood. The others reported similar experiences. Chloe was dreaming up entire galleries of fantastical paintings. Ben claimed to have solved a complex coding problem in his sleep. We felt like pioneers of the mind. The $15,000 felt like a steal. The change began on the fourth night. The pleasant technicolor dreams began to bleed at the edges. I had a dream that I was wandering the sterile white corridors of the facility, but the layout was all wrong. Hallways stretched into impossible lengths, and doors opened into brick walls. I felt a gnawing sense of anxiety, a feeling of being watched. I woke up with a gasp, my heart pounding, a cold sweat slicking my skin. At breakfast, I noticed the shift in the others, too. Marcus was sullen and aggressive, snapping at Ben for chewing too loudly. Chloe, usually a font of incessant cheer, was quiet, her eyes distant. She had a sketchbook open on the table, and on the page was a disturbing abstract drawing of a tall, stick-thin figure made of swirling, chaotic lines. "I keep seeing him," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "At the edge of my dreams. He just watches." That night, my dream picked up where the last one left off. I was back in the twisting, labyrinthine corridors. But this time, I wasn't alone. I saw him, the figure from Chloe's drawing. He was at the far end of a long hallway, a gaunt, impossibly tall man in what looked like an old-fashioned tattered doctor's coat. His face was a blur of shadow, but I could feel his gaze on me, cold and malevolent. I woke up not with a gasp, but with a choked, silent scream. The waking world was becoming just as strange. I started to experience micro-hallucinations, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, the sound of my name whispered from an empty room. The puzzles Dr. Finch gave us were becoming more difficult, almost nonsensical, designed to frustrate and disorient. The first to break was Zara. During a particularly grueling cognitive test, she suddenly threw her tablet against the wall. "It's a trick!" she shrieked, her eyes wide with terror. "The questions are changing when I'm not looking. He's changing them." Dr. Finch and his assistant, a young, nervous-looking woman named Anya, rushed in. Zara was hysterical, clawing at her own arms. They injected her with a sedative. She has a pre-existing anxiety condition she failed to disclose, Finch announced to the rest of us, his voice a mask of clinical concern. For her own safety, she is being withdrawn from the study. They carried her out. The heavy door hissed shut, and then there were four. The atmosphere in the communal room turned toxic. Ben became convinced the cameras were recording our thoughts. He started speaking in whispers, covering his mouth with his hand. Marcus paced the floor like a caged animal, his eyes darting back and forth, his cynicism curdling into raw paranoia. We were lab rats, and we were beginning to realize that the maze we were in was far more complex than we had imagined. The next night, the dose of somnolin was increased. That night, I didn't just dream of the gaunt man. I met him. I was in a nightmarish version of my childhood home. He was there, standing in the living room, his shadowy face turned towards me. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in my head, a dry, rasping sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "You don't belong here," it said. "This place is mine." I woke up swinging, my fist connecting with the wall beside my bed. The pain was a grounding, welcome sensation. Ben was next to go. He'd barricaded himself in his room, refusing to come out. We could hear him through the door, muttering about firewalls and corrupted code, convinced that the Watcher was trying to hack into his brain. It took Finch and two large orderlies he seemed to produce from nowhere to force the door open and drag him out, sedated and silent. "An unfortunate psychotic break," Finch explained, his expression unreadable. "The somnolent can have an amplifying effect on latent mental instabilities." Now there were three. Fear was a constant metallic taste in my mouth. We were trapped with a man who was either a madman or a monster, and the line between the two was becoming increasingly blurry. Marcus, Chloe, and I huddled together in the communal room, a tribe of the terrified. Marcus was convinced the food was being drugged. Chloe wouldn't stop drawing the gaunt man, her sketchbook now a gallery of horrors. Pages and pages of the same stick-thin figure, his face always a void of shadow. "I saw a name," she whispered to me, her eyes wide and haunted. "In my dream last night. I was in Finch's office. There was a plaque on the wall, an old one. It said, 'In Memoriam, Dr. Elias Thorne, a pioneer who gave his life in the pursuit of knowledge.'" Marcus tried to make a break for it. He waited for one of the orderlies to bring in a food tray and tried to rush the door. He was strong, but they were ready for him. A taser crackled, and he went down, convulsing on the soft gray carpet. They dragged his unconscious body away. No explanation was given this time. We didn't need one. We knew the rules of this twisted game now. There was no escape. And then there were two. Chloe and I were the only ones left. We were ghosts haunting the sterile white halls of our prison. We tried to stay awake, taking turns watching over each other, but the exhaustion was a physical weight crushing us. And the IV drips were mandatory. Anya, the assistant, would come in, her face pale and strained, and check the lines. I could see the pity in her eyes, but also the fear. She was as much a prisoner as we were. "He's getting stronger," Chloe mumbled, her head lolling against my shoulder. We were huddled on the sofa, a single blanket wrapped around us. "Thorne, I think he died here, in this facility. I think the experiment. It's not what Finch told us." That was the last coherent thing she said to me. The next time I saw her, she was asleep in her bed. But it wasn't a normal sleep. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. She was breathing, but she was gone, a shell. Anya came in to check on her, and let out a small, strangled cry. Finch was right behind her. He showed no emotion as he shone a penlight into Chloe's unblinking eyes. "A catatonic state," he said, his voice as calm as if he were describing the weather. "A potential, though rare, side effect. It was all outlined in the consent form you signed." He turned his cold, analytical gaze on me. "Which means, Mr. Vance, that you are the last one, the most resilient, the perfect subject. The experiment can now proceed to its final stage." I was alone, the sole survivor of Project Morpheus. The full, crushing weight of that realization sent a shock-wave of pure terror through me. I lunged for the IV in my arm, intending to rip it out, but an alarm blared through the facility, a piercing, deafening shriek. Finch's voice boomed from a hidden speaker. "I wouldn't do that, Leo, don't you see? We are on the verge of a monumental breakthrough. This was never about enhancing sleep. It was about mapping the landscape within sleep. Somnolin doesn't create dreams. It dissolves the barrier. It opens a door." His words hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a neurostimulant study. It was a cartography expedition into a haunted house. And we were the explorers sent in to map the darkness. The others weren't gone. They were lost. Their minds had been consumed by the landscape, by the dominant entity within it, the consciousness of Dr. Elias Thorne, a ghost in the machine. "He was the first," Finch's voice continued, a manic excitement creeping into his tone. "The original researcher. He tested his own formulas, pushed the boundaries too far. His consciousness became imprinted on the very fabric of this place, creating a stable, psychic echo, a new frontier. And you, Leo, you are my Vasco da Gama. You are going to step onto the shore." I knew with a sickening certainty that if I fell asleep again, I would not wake up. Thorne was waiting for me. Finch was waiting to observe. I was a tethered goat, and the tiger was circling. I spent the next cycle, I couldn't tell if it was day or night, pacing my room, splashing my face with cold water, pinching myself, anything to stay awake. But my body was betraying me. My eyelids were lead weights. The white walls of my room seemed to soften and waver at the edges. The barrier was already dissolving. I saw him, not in a dream, but in reality. He was standing in the doorway of my room, a shimmering heat-haze distortion in the air. The gaunt, skeletal figure of Elias Thorne. The dream was bleeding into the world, and in that moment of absolute terror, a strange, cold clarity washed over me. I couldn't fight Finch in the real world. I couldn't fight Thorne in this one. But if the barrier was gone, then the connection worked both ways. I couldn't run, but maybe I could fight back. I lay down on the bed. I let my eyes close. I let the crushing exhaustion pull me under. But this time, I didn't fall. I dove. I went into the dreamscape with a purpose. I found myself not in the corridors, but in what looked like an old, archaic laboratory. Beakers bubbled with black liquid, wires snaked across the floor like dead vines. And in the center of it all was Thorne. He was more solid here, more real. His face was a pale, skeletal mask of pain and rage. "You cannot win," the voice echoed in my head, a psychic roar. "I am this world." "Then your world is about to end," I thought back, focusing all my will, all my identity, into a single point of resistance. Finch wanted a show. I would give him one. I stopped fighting Thorne's influence and instead focused on the environment. I remembered the happiest day of my life, a trip to the beach with my family when I was a kid. I flooded the dark, musty lab with the memory, the brilliant, blinding sunlight, the sound of crashing waves, the smell of salt and sunscreen. The dreamscape recoiled. Thorne shrieked, clutching his shadowy head as the light burned him. The dark lab flickered, the beakers and wires replaced by sand and seashells. "This is my mind," I projected, pouring all my anger, my fear, my desperate will to live into the thought. "My dream, and you are not welcome here." I focused on the machines, the sophisticated monitoring equipment I knew was attached to me in the real world. In the dream, I imagined them overloading. I visualized the main console in Finch's control room, the one I had only glimpsed on a schematic. I pictured the screens cracking, the wires sparking, the whole thing erupting in a shower of electrical fire. I poured every ounce of my focus into that single, destructive image. A sound jolted me, a real sound, an alarm, the smell of smoke. My eyes snapped open. I was back in my room. The facility's emergency lights were flashing, casting the white walls in a hellish red glow. The speaker on the wall was crackling with static. I had done it. I had created a feedback loop, my mental projection of destruction causing a real-world overload. My door hissed open. Anya stood there, her face white with terror and resolve. "Go!" she screamed. "The main breaker blew. The system locks are failing. Go now!" I didn't hesitate. I scrambled out of the room, my legs weak and trembling. The corridor was filled with acrid smoke. As I ran, I glanced through the reinforced window into the control room. It was chaos. Sparks rained down from a burned-out console, and in the middle of it all stood Dr. Finch. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't trying to put out the fire. He was staring at his monitors, at the chaotic spiking lines of my EEG, and he was smiling, an ecstatic, triumphant smile. I didn't look back again. I ran through the labyrinth of corridors, following Anya's frantic gestures, until we reached the final door. She swiped a card, and it opened onto a grimy service staircase. The air that hit me was stale and damp, but it was real air. It was the air of the world. I burst out of a nondescript metal door into a back alley. The gray early morning light was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I was free. That was 6 months ago. I have the money. It was wired to my account the day I was admitted, as promised. But I lost everything else. I live in a different city under a different name. And I don't sleep. Not really. I drift in and out of a state of hallucinatory exhaustion, never letting myself go completely under. I'm terrified of what's waiting for me on the other side of that door. The experiment was a success. I know it was. Because sometimes when the light is dim and I'm looking at my reflection in a darkened window, the face that looks back isn't my own. For just a fraction of a second, I see a tall, gaunt man with a pale, skeletal face and eyes that burn with a cold, ancient hunger. Finch opened a door, and I was the one who walked through. But I'm beginning to understand the terrifying truth. I didn't come back alone. My wife died 3 years ago. She just texted me, "I'm home." The text arrived at 11:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, a night so ordinary it was practically invisible. I was in my usual state of suspended animation, half sprawled on a sofa, the bluish, flickering light of a forgotten documentary on the television painting the room in shifting, melancholic hues. My name is Daniel, and for the past 195 nights, not that I was counting, My life had been a meticulously curated museum of grief. Each object in our small two-bedroom house was a relic, a testament to the vibrant, chaotic, and now deafeningly silent life I had shared with my wife, Clara. The half-finished novel on her bedside table, the ridiculously oversized coffee mug she loved, the faint, phantom scent of her jasmine perfume that I could still sometimes catch in the hallway closet. These were the ghosts I had chosen to live with. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a jarring, intrusive sound in the quiet. I glanced at the screen, expecting a late-night work email or a spam message about an extended car warranty, but the name that glowed in the darkness was a ghost of a different kind. It was a name I hadn't seen on my screen in 3 years. Clara. My heart, a sluggish, hibernating thing, gave a sudden, hard, painful jolt like an engine seizing and then violently restarting. It was an old contact, a digital ghost I hadn't had the strength to delete. It was a pocket dial from her mother, perhaps, who still had her old phone. A cruel, random glitch in the matrix. I was about to dismiss it, to toss the phone back onto the table, when I saw the message preview. 2 words. 2 simple, impossible, and utterly soul-shattering words. I'm home. I stared at the screen, the world narrowing to the small, glowing rectangle in my hand. The air in the room grew thin and sharp. The sound from the television faded into a dull, meaningless roar. I read the words again and again. They did not change. They did not disappear. My first thought was a desperate, grasping lunge for a rational explanation, a sick prank. Someone had gotten a hold of her old number. It was a new feature of the phone company, reassigning dormant numbers. Some stranger, a teenager with a cruel sense of humor, was messing with me. It was a vile, disgusting thing to do, but it was logical. It was explainable. With a trembling thumb, I opened the message thread. The last message I had sent to her 3 years ago was still there, a heartbreaking digital monument to a conversation that would never be finished. Leaving the hospital now? Pick up some milk on your way home? Love you. She had never made it home. A drunk driver had run a red light a block from our house. Above that old sad message was the new one. I'm home. My fingers, clumsy and slick with a sudden cold sweat, typed out a reply. Who is this? I hit send. The message was delivered, and then the 3 little dots, the pulsing, electronic heartbeat of a reply in progress, appeared on the screen. The prankster was quick. The reply came a moment later. It was a single, devastating word. Clara. I was expecting a laugh, an admission, an insult. Not this calm, simple, impossible assertion. My second thought, the one that slithered in after the rational explanation had been shot down, was that I was losing my mind, that the grief, the loneliness, the sheer crushing weight of the last 3 years had finally fractured my sanity. I was hallucinating. This wasn't real. I was having a psychotic break, and my brain, in a final act of desperate, self-destructive longing, had manifested this cruelest of all possible mirages. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I walked into the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, the shock of it a welcome, grounding sensation. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. A pale, haggard, and decidedly sane-looking man stared back. I was not crazy. The phone buzzed again. Another message from Clara. I walked back to it. A man walking towards an execution he had inexplicably scheduled for himself. This message was longer. The key isn't working. The lock must be rusted. Can you let me in, Sleepyhead? Sleepyhead. It was her pet name for me, a gentle, teasing jab at my love of sleeping in on weekends. It was a detail, a small, intimate, and perfect detail that a random prankster could not possibly know. A wave of fear so profound it was almost nauseating washed over me. I looked at the front door. The deadbolt, which I had locked hours ago, was still firmly in place. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. I put my eye to the cold brass ring and looked out. The porch was empty. The street beyond was silent and still, bathed in the fuzzy orange glow of the streetlights. There was no one there. My mind was a screaming chaos of impossible possibilities. Was this a ghost? A spirit? Somehow manipulating the digital world? Was this a test? A cruel, elaborate game being played by a god I no longer believed in? I typed another reply, my fingers fumbling on the small glass keys. This isn't funny. Stop it. The 3 dots appeared immediately. The reply was instantaneous. Why are you being so weird, Danny? It's cold out here. Just open the door. Danny, not Daniel. Only she had ever called me that. Another detail. Another perfect, tiny, and impossibly real nail in the coffin of my sanity. And then I heard it, a sound from outside, a soft, hesitant 3-beat knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stumbled back from the door, a choked, guttural cry of pure terror escaping my lips. This was not a digital ghost. This was not a prank. This was real. There was someone or something on my porch, and it knew the things that only my dead wife could know. I didn't answer the door. I ran upstairs, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I locked myself in the bedroom, the room that was still so full of her, and I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I huddled on the bed, my phone clutched in my hand, a useless, terrifying tether to the nightmare that was unfolding. The messages continued. Is everything okay? You're scaring me. Danny, please, I just want to come home. I had a bad dream. I need you. Each message was a new, expertly targeted emotional missile, designed to bypass my fear and hit the raw, exposed nerve of my grief, my love, my protective instinct. It was a masterful, cruel, and deeply personal psychological assault. And then a new message appeared, one that finally, irrevocably, shattered my last, desperate hope that this was some kind of elaborate terrestrial hoax. It was a picture, a photograph, taken just seconds ago. It was a selfie. It was a picture of Clara. But it was not the Clara I remembered. It was not the vibrant, laughing, sun-kissed woman from my memories. This was a pale, spectral, and terrifyingly changed version of her. She was standing on our porch, her face illuminated by the stark, unforgiving light of a phone screen. Her eyes were the same, a deep, beautiful cornflower blue. But they were wrong. They were empty. They held no light, no life, just a flat, placid, and deeply unsettling calm. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair, which had always been a wild, chaotic mane of auburn curls, was lank and dark, as if wet. And her smile, she was smiling, but it was a pained, unnatural stretching of her lips, a rictus of a smile that did not reach her dead, empty eyes. Behind her, I could see the familiar, reassuring details of my own front porch, the potted fern, the welcome mat, the small hairline crack in the porch light. It was her. It was my Clara. But it was a version of her that had been somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark and quiet, for a very, very long time. I stared at the picture, a low, keening sound of pure animal despair escaping my lips. The grief I had so carefully managed for 3 years, the grief I had compartmentalized, the grief I had learned to live with came roaring back, a tidal wave of raw, unprocessed agony. It was not a prank. It was not a dream. It was my wife. And she had come back from the dead. The knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent, and her voice, a faint, muffled, and horrifyingly familiar sound, came through the thick wooden door. "Danny, please, let me in. I'm cold." I spent the rest of the night huddled in that room, a trembling, weeping mess, as the thing on my porch, the thing that wore my wife's face, alternated between gentle, loving persuasion and a cold, angry, demanding rage. The messages became more erratic, more desperate. "I don't understand what's wrong. This is our home. Who is in there with you? Is it her? I died for you. You owe me this." The last message, a scream of pure accusatory rage in stark, capital letters, was followed by a silence that was more terrifying than the noise had been. I stayed in that room until the first gray, uncertain light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally, tentatively, crept downstairs, the house was silent. The porch was empty. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there, except for one small, impossible thing. On the welcome mat, there was a single, long strand of dark auburn hair. I was living in a ghost story. But it was a ghost story with a data plan. The next day was a blur of sleepless, paranoid terror. I called the phone company. The number that had belonged to Clara's phone had, as I suspected, been taken out of circulation after her death. It had not been reassigned. It did not exist. I was receiving messages from a phantom number, a digital ghost. I called the police. I tried to explain, my voice a shaky, unconvincing mess. A man receiving threatening texts. It was a common enough complaint, but when I told them who the texts were from, the polite, professional mask of the officer on the other end of the line slipped into a look of profound, pitying concern. He suggested I speak to a grief counselor. He suggested I get some rest. He did not suggest he send a squad car. I was alone with this. That night, she returned. The text, the knock, the voice, the whole terrifying, heartbreaking ritual. And again, I locked myself away, a prisoner in my own home, a man being haunted by a technologically savvy and deeply persistent ghost. The messages began to change. They were no longer just about getting into the house. They were about us. She sent me old pictures of us, pictures that had been on her phone when she died. A picture of us on our honeymoon in Italy, grinning like idiots, a smear of gelato on my nose, a picture of us on this very sofa, asleep, her head on my chest. They were weapons perfectly chosen to inflict the maximum amount of emotional damage. And then she began to send me new pictures. Pictures taken from outside the house. A shot of me through the living room window, my face illuminated by the television. A picture of the back of my head taken from the street as I sat in my study. She was not just on the porch, she was all around me. A silent, watching, and deeply patient predator. I was coming apart. I was a man living on a diet of coffee and terror. I was beginning to see her everywhere. A glimpse of an auburn-haired woman in a crowd would send my heart into a frantic, panicked gallop. The sound of a phone buzzing in a quiet room would make me jump out of my skin. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was being psychologically dismantled piece by painful piece. I had to confront it. I had to understand what it was and what it wanted. My first thought was that this was some kind of punishment, that her spirit was restless, angry at the drunk driver who had killed her, at the universe that had allowed it. But her anger seemed to be directed at me. "You owe me this," she had said. Why? What did I owe her? I began to sift through the wreckage of our life together, looking for an answer. I went through her old things, her letters, her journals. Clara had been a writer, a poet. Her journals were filled with her beautiful, lyrical, and sometimes painfully honest observations on the world, on us. And in the last journal she had ever kept, in an entry dated the week before her death, I found it. A secret she had never shared with me. She had been pregnant. I stared at the words, my vision blurring with a fresh, new, and infinitely more painful wave of tears. A baby. We had been trying for years. It had been the one deep and unspoken sadness in our otherwise happy life. And she had been about to tell me. The entry was a rehearsal, a practice run of the speech she was going to give. "Danny," it began, "we're going to have to get a bigger house." The grief that hit me was a physical thing, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Not just her, but a child, a future, a whole entire life that had been stolen from me before I had even known it existed. And I understood. Her rage, her persistence, was not the rage of a spirit who had been cheated of her own life. It was the rage of a mother who had been cheated of her child's. And her words, "You owe me this," they were not an accusation. They were a plea. She didn't want revenge. She wanted her child's life back, and she thought somehow that I could give it to her. That night, when the text came, I was ready. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I walked to the door. "I'm here, Danny. Please, it's time to come home." The knock, soft, gentle. I took a deep breath. My hand was on the deadbolt. My heart was a slow, heavy, and steady drum. I was no longer afraid. I was just profoundly and deeply sad. "I know what you want, Clara," I said, my voice a low, steady thing, speaking to the wood of the door. "I know about the baby. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry we didn't have more time." The knocking stopped. The silence on the other side of the door was a living, listening thing. "But this is not the way," I continued, tears streaming down my face. "You can't come in. This is the world of the living, and you are not a part of it any more. Neither of you are." A low, soft, and utterly heartbroken sob came from the other side of the door. It was the first real and truly human sound I had heard from her. "But this is our home," she whispered, her voice a thin, fragile, and ghostly thing. "It was," I said, "and it was beautiful. But it is my home now, and you have to find a new one, both of you. You have to let go, and you have to let me go too." I was not just speaking to a ghost. I was speaking to my own grief. I was giving myself the permission I had never been able to find, the permission to move on. The silence stretched for a long, eternal moment, and then my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed one last time. I pulled it out. A new message from Clara. It was not a picture. It was not a demand. It was a single, beautiful, and heartbreaking line of text. Tell him I would have named him Samuel. And then the name on the top of the screen, Clara, vanished. The number became just a number again, an unknown and now unreachable string of digits. I looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was quiet. She was gone. I stood there, leaning my forehead against the cool wood of the door, and I wept. I wept for my wife. I wept for the son I had never known, and I wept for myself, for the 3 years I had spent living in a museum, when I should have been living in the world. The next day I began to pack. I took down the pictures. I boxed up her clothes. I threw away the half-finished novel and the ridiculously oversized coffee mug. They were not her. They were just things. The real memory of her, the one that mattered, the one that was full of love and laughter and a future that had almost been, was the one I would carry with me in my heart. I sold the house. I moved to a new city, a new life. I am a different man now. I am a man who has had a conversation with a ghost through a door and through a phone. I am a man who has learned that the dead do not want to be haunted. They just want to be remembered, and then they want to be let go. I am a man who had a son for a few brief and beautiful moments, a son whose name was Samuel. And it is a good name. It is a strong name. It is the name of a man who has survived. It is my name. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish design bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. Peaches lived in the walls, she said. He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold. We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk, the first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board. Her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks. You were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. "I don't know what you're talking about, Lily-bug. Peaches has a funny imagination." I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it. The same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. "What Lily said today," I began, my voice low, "about the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack. With a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. Peaches doesn't like those, she said, her lower lip trembling. They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad. Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. "No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared." My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence, 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned and for a split second it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter, trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. "What are you talking about?" "We have to confess," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us." The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear, the fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. "Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life." "He is destroying Lily's life right now," I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. "He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process." We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. "Michael," I said, my voice shaking, "Michael Rafferty, we know you're here." The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. "We are so sorry," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared." "We should have stopped," I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. "We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives." The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. "We left you," I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. "We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do. And we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you." The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. "We can't give you back your life," Sarah sobbed. "We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and the ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. I woke up to 47 missed calls. all from my future self. The first thing I noticed wasn't the number of calls, it was the silence. Usually, my apartment complex is a symphony of urban decay. I live on the fourth floor of a brick walk-up in Chicago. By 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I should hear Mrs. Giamatti's beagle yapping 3 doors down. I should hear the rumble of the L train vibrating the steel fire escape outside my window. I should hear the heavy bass of the teenager's stereo in 4B. But there was nothing, just a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like cotton wool stuffed into my ears. I rolled over, my head pounding. I'd taken 2 melatonin gummies the night before. A mistake. They always gave me vivid, sticky nightmares, and I felt like I was swimming through molasses to surface into consciousness. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen was blindingly bright in the dim room. I squinted, trying to focus. 47. Missed calls. My stomach gave a weird lurch. 47? Who calls someone 47 times? An emergency. Mom, Dad, an accident. I unlocked the screen, my thumb hovering over the Recents tab. I expected to see Mom or maybe my boss if the building had burned down. I stared at the list. The blood drained out of my face so fast I felt dizzy. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. The list scrolled down, screen after screen. All 47 calls were from my own contact number. I sat up, the sheets pooling around my waist. The room was cold, unnaturally cold for September. I checked the timestamps. The first call had come in at 3:12 a.m. The last one was at 7:59 a.m. 1 minute ago. I held the phone like it was a live grenade. A glitch. It had to be a glitch. Maybe the cell towers were messed up. Maybe someone was spoofing my number. That happens, right? Scammers use your own number to bypass spam filters, but 47 times. Then I saw the voicemail icon. 1 new voicemail. Only 1? If they called 47 times, why leave only 1 message? I pressed the speakerphone button. I didn't want to hold the plastic against my ear. The robotic female voice announced, "Message received today at 7:59 a.m. A burst of static. Then a voice. "Don't. Static. Don't open the blinds. David, listen to me. Do not look outside. Do not leave the bedroom. They are..." Heavy breathing. "They are tracking the movement of your eyes. Lock the door, now." The message clicked off. I sat frozen on the edge of the bed. The voice wasn't a scammer. It wasn't a generated AI voice. It was me. It was my voice. But it sounded wrong. It was rougher, hoarse, like I had been screaming for hours. And there was a tremor in it, a hysterical edge that I had never heard in myself, not even when I broke my leg skiing, not even when my dad died. It was the sound of raw, unadulterated terror. They are tracking the movement of your eyes. My gaze instantly darted to the window. The blinds were drawn, thank God, but there was a gap, a tiny vertical sliver of light where the slats didn't quite meet. I felt a primal urge to look, to peek, to prove that this was insane. Buzz up. The phone vibrated in my hand, startling a yelp out of me. "Incoming call, me, mobile." I stared at the screen. My own face, a goofy selfie I used for my contact card, grinned back at me. I answered. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "You listened to the voicemail," the voice on the other end said. It was definitely me, but the audio quality was crystal clear. No static. It sounded like I was standing right next to myself. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to sound tough but failing miserably. "Is this some kind of deep fake prank? Because it's not funny." "It's not a prank, David. It's 10:15 a.m. I'm you. Or I was you. Look, we don't have time for the sci-fi explanation. You have about 30 seconds before the first one gets to the door." The first what? Who? The sweepers, the voice said. Listen to me carefully. Get up. Go to the hallway door. Lock the deadbolt, the chain, and the bottom latch. Do it now. Why? Because at 8:05 a.m., Mrs. Giamatti walked out to walk her dog, and they took her. They took everyone, David. The building is empty. You're the last one left because you sleep like the dead. I looked at the clock. 8:03 a.m. You said it's 10:15 where you are? Yes. I'm calling you from 2 hours in the future. I'm trying to keep us alive. I failed the first time I opened the door. Please, lock it. The desperation in the voice was nauseating. It was the sound of a man begging for his life. I stood up. I didn't believe it, not really, but the fear was contagious. I walked out of the bedroom, down the short hallway to the front door of my apartment. I stared at the locks. The deadbolt was already turned. I always locked it. The chain, the voice on the phone whispered, and a bottom latch, the one you never use. I hesitated. Thump. A sound from the hallway outside. It wasn't a knock. It sounded like a wet sandbag being thrown against the wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. Lock it! I screamed at myself through the phone. I fumbled with the chain, sliding it into the groove. I kicked the bottom latch into place. The doorknob turned. It turned slowly, grinding the mechanism. Then a force slammed against the door. The wood groaned. The frame shuddered. If I hadn't done the chain and the latch, the deadbolt might have held, but the door would have bowed enough for what? Open up, David. The voice from the other side of the door wasn't mine. It was Mrs. Giamatti's, but it was flat, monotone. David, it is time for the walk. The dog needs to walk. Open the door. I backed away, clutching the phone. Mrs. Giamatti? Don't answer her. My future self hissed in my ear. That's not her, not anymore. Go back to the bedroom, quietly. I retreated, stepping softly on the hardwood. I went back into the bedroom and shut the door. What is happening? I whispered into the phone. Is this an invasion? Zombies? Not zombies, future me said. They're listeners. They mimic. They take the shape of the people they touch, but they need permission to enter. They need you to open the barrier. If you open the door or the window, they get in. Once they're in, they assimilate you. Assimilate? It hurts, David. God, it hurts. I can still feel it happening to me right now. That's why I'm calling. If I save you, maybe I save myself. The logic is fuzzy. My memory is going, okay, what do I do? Call the police? No. The police came at 8:45. They're part of it now. You'll hear the siren soon. Don't look out the window. I looked at the blinds again. The urge to look was overwhelming. It was like a magnet pulling at my eyeballs. Why 47 calls? I asked. Why didn't you leave a message earlier? I tried. Future me sounded exhausted. The signal. It's hard to reach back. The connection keeps dropping. And every time I call, I lose a little more of myself. I think this is the last time I can get through. Okay, so what's the plan? How do I get out? You don't get out, not yet. You have to wait for the shift. The shift? At 11 a.m., the sunlight hits the fire escape at a specific angle. They hate direct UV. They retreat into the shadows of the hallway. That's your window. You have to go out the fire escape, climb up to the roof, and jump to the next building. The gap is 6 feet. You can make it. I can't jump 6 feet. You can when something with Mrs. Giamatti's face and a mouth full of needles is chasing you. You make the jump. I made the jump. Wait, I paused. If you made the jump, then why are you calling me? If you survived, why do you sound like you're dying? Silence on the line. Then a heavy sigh. I made the jump to the roof, but I didn't check the roof access door. It was open. One of them was waiting inside the stairwell. I got bit, David. I've been hiding in the utility closet on the roof for 2 hours, bleeding out, watching my skin turn gray. I'm calling you to tell you to check the door. Check the damn door before you run past it. My blood ran cold. Okay, check the door. Got it. I'm fading, the voice said. The signal is breaking up. Stay inside. Don't make a sound. Wait for 11 And David? Yeah? I'm sorry. The line went dead. I sat there in the silence. 8:10 a.m. I had nearly 3 hours to wait. The next 2 hours were an exercise in psychological torture. At 8:30, the scratching started. It sounded like fingernails being dragged down the hallway drywall. Long, slow strokes. At 8:45, just like the voice predicted, the sirens came. But they didn't wail. They chirped, short and aggressive, then cut off abruptly right outside the building. I heard heavy boots on the stairs. I heard shouting, "Police! Is anyone in there?" It sounded like Officer Miller, a guy I'd seen around the neighborhood. "Open up! We have reports of a gas leak." A lie. Future me said they need permission. They need me to open the barrier. "I know you're in there, David." The voice changed. It shifted from Officer Miller's baritone to my mother's voice. "David, honey, please open the door. I'm scared." I clapped my hands over my ears. I sat in the corner of the room, curled into a ball, rocking back and forth. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. At 9:30, the power went out. The hum of the refrigerator died. The room plunged into gloom. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stared at the phone. 48% battery. I scrolled through the missed calls again. 47 calls. It seemed so desperate. I tapped on the voicemail again. I needed to hear it one more time to make sure I hadn't hallucinated it. Message received today at 7:59 a.m. Don't open the blinds. I listened to the cadence of the voice, the terror. It was real. 10:55 a.m. I stood up. My legs were stiff. I went to the window. I peeked through the tiniest crack in the blinds. The sun was shining. It was a bright, beautiful day. The fire escape steel was gleaming. I grabbed my sneakers and tied them tight. I grabbed a kitchen knife. Useless, probably, but it made me feel better. 10:58 a.m. I moved to the window. I unlocked the sash. 11 a.m. I took a deep breath. "Check the roof access door," I whispered to myself. I threw the window up. The noise of the city rushed in, but it was wrong. No cars, no people, just wind. I scrambled out onto the fire escape. The metal was hot under my hands. I looked down into the alley. It was filled with them. They were standing in the shadows of the dumpsters, looking up. They looked like people, neighbors, the mailman, the barista from the corner shop. But their limbs were elongated, their jaws hanging slackly open. They saw me. A collective hiss rose up from the alley like steam escaping a vent. I didn't look back. I climbed. I scrambled up the rusting ladder, my breath tearing at my throat. 4th floor, 5th floor, roof. I pulled myself over the parapet and rolled onto the gravel surface of the roof. The sun was beating down. It was clear. I stood up and scanned the roof. There was the utility closet my future self had mentioned, and there was the roof access door for the next building over. I ran toward the edge. The gap between the buildings was about 6 feet, a terrifying distance, but doable. I backed up to get a running start. Then I saw it, the utility closet door. It was slightly ajar. I stopped. Future me said he was hiding in there. He said he was bleeding out. If he was in there, could I help him? Could I help me? I took a step toward the closet. David. The voice came from inside the dark gap of the closet door. It was weak, wet. "I'm here," I whispered. "I'm here." "Don't come closer," the voice rasped. I'm changing. I can feel my teeth moving. "I can get you help. We can jump together." "No, I can't move. Listen, did you check the door?" "What door?" "The roof access door on the other building." I looked across the gap. The door on the other roof was closed. "It's closed," I said. "Good." The voice in the closet groaned. "Good. Then you have a chance." I looked at the closet. I felt a surge of insane empathy. That was me in there, dying. "I can't leave you," I said. "You have to go." I turned and ran. I hit the edge of the roof and launched myself into the air. For a second, I was flying. Then gravity grabbed me. My feet hit the gravel on the other side. I tumbled, scraping my elbows, but I was alive. I was on the other building. I scrambled up and looked back. The door to the utility closet on my building swung open. A figure stepped out. It was me. But it wasn't injured. It wasn't bleeding. It was wearing my clothes, but they were crisp and clean. It stood on the edge of the roof, looking at me. It smiled, and as it smiled, its jaw unhinged, dropping down to its chest. It raised a phone to its ear. My phone rang in my pocket. I stared at the figure across the gap. I pulled my phone out. "Incoming call. Me. Mobile." I answered it, staring directly at the monster that wore my face. "Hello," I whispered. The monster on the roof didn't move its mouth, but the voice came through the phone, perfectly clear. "You made the jump," it said. The voice wasn't raspy anymore. It was smooth, predatory. "You lied," I said. "You weren't dying." "I lied about a lot of things," the voice purred. "I told you to wait for 11 a.m. Do you know why?" I looked around. The sun was high. "Because at 11 a.m., the shadows on the west side of the building stretched just enough to cover the roof access door you're standing next to." I froze. I spun around. The door to the stairwell of the building I was currently standing on, the one I had just jumped to, was in the shadow of a water tower. And it was open. Standing in the doorway, shrouded in darkness, were 3 of them. They were all wearing police uniforms. "I didn't want you to jump to save you, David," my voice on the phone said. "I wanted you to jump because my building was fully harvested. We needed fresh meat, and you just delivered yourself to the colony next door." I dropped the phone. The figures in the doorway stepped out. I backed up, but there was nowhere to go. Just the 6-foot gap and the monster waiting on the other side. The last thing I heard before they grabbed me was the sound of my own voice, echoing from the phone lying on the gravel. 48 missed calls," it laughed. "Maybe next time, pick up sooner." The house was a repository of my father's silences. He had been a man built of quiet, thoughtful spaces, a linguist who spoke 7 languages, but seemed to prefer the universal grammar of solitude. When he passed, he left me his only worldly possession of any real value. This house, a rambling 2-story salt box perched on a hill, overlooking a perpetually gray and melancholy sea. I, a freelance audio archivist, a man who made his living by cleaning the static from old recordings and coaxing the voices of the dead back into the digital light, came here to catalog the final, most profound of his silences. My name is Leo. For the first month, my life was a slow, methodical dance with dust motes and memories. I moved my professional life into his old study, a room on the ground floor that was the heart of his quiet kingdom. It was a beautiful, somber space, paneled in dark, almost black oak, with a large bay window that framed the turbulent slate-gray ocean like a living painting. The room was also, I quickly discovered, unnervingly soundproof. When I closed the heavy felt-lined door, the world outside, the sighing of the wind, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic, percussive crash of the waves, vanished completely. The silence inside was absolute, a perfect, sterile vacuum. It was the ideal environment for my work, for listening to the delicate, fragile whispers of the past. It was during a late-night session, while meticulously restoring the audio from a set of 1940s wax cylinder interviews, that I first heard them. I had my headphones on, my ears tuned to the subtle imperfections of the recording, filtering out the hiss and crackle. I paused the playback to make a note, and in the sudden, manufactured silence of the headphones, I heard it. It was a voice, a man's voice, faint and muffled as if coming from a great distance. It was followed by the softer, melodic cadence of a woman's reply. It was a conversation, and it was coming from directly beneath my feet. My first rational thought was of my neighbors, a retired couple who lived a good quarter-mile down the winding coastal road. Sound, especially low frequencies, can travel in strange ways at night. But the quality of the sound was wrong. It wasn't the ambient, indistinct murmur of a distant television or a conversation from another house. It had a strange, contained, proximate quality. It sounded like it was happening in the cellar, right under the study floor. I took off my headphones. The voices were gone, swallowed by the profound sound-dampening effect of the room itself. I put the headphones back on, the foam cups creating a seal around my ears, and the voices returned, a river of faint, unintelligible whispers flowing just beneath the surface of the silence. The next day, I explored the cellar. It was a damp, stone-walled space that smelled of brine and old earth, filled with the usual detritus of a long life, rusty garden tools, stacks of old newspapers tied with twine, a fleet of my father's meticulously crafted ship models, their sails yellowed and brittle. I stood directly beneath the study and listened. Nothing. Just the faint, rhythmic drip of condensation from a pipe. The sound, whatever it was not coming from the cellar. It was contained somehow in the space between the study's floorboards and the cellar's ceiling. My professional curiosity, a beast that had been sleeping soundly for months, was now wide awake and ravenous. I was a man with a unique set of tools for a unique problem. That evening, I brought my equipment into the study. I took a sensitive contact microphone, a small metallic disc designed to pick up vibrations directly from a surface, and placed it on the wide oak planks of the floor. I plugged it into my preamplifier, put on my best pair of studio-grade headphones, and slowly, cautiously, turned up the gain. The sound that flooded my ears was so clear, so shockingly, impossibly clear, that I almost ripped the headphones from my head. It was not one conversation. It was a multitude. It was a cacophony, a babel of human voices, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all speaking at once. They were overlapping, intertwining, a complex, layered tapestry of sound. I could hear men, women, and children. I could hear laughter, weeping, and shouting. I could hear a dozen different languages. Some I could vaguely recognize. A snatch of what sounded like Russian, a phrase that had the melodic lilt of Italian, and many more that were completely alien to me. I sat there, frozen in my chair, for what must have been an hour, an eavesdropper on a phantom city that was holding a perpetual chaotic party in my floor. It was not a recording. It was live. The conversations ebbed and flowed with a natural, unscripted rhythm. It was as if I had pressed a glass to the floor of my world and was hearing the muffled, chaotic sound of another entire world just on the other side. My first theory was a scientific one. I was picking up stray radio signals. The old, unshielded wiring in the house, combined with the specific atmospheric conditions of the coast, was acting as a massive, crude antenna, and my sensitive audio equipment was simply amplifying the effect. It was a plausible, if strange, explanation, but the more I listened, the less plausible it became. There was no music, there were no commercials, there was no station identification, and the sound had a strange, echoic, three-dimensional quality that no radio broadcast possessed. It felt real. It felt close. My investigation turned to my father. The soundproofing of the room, which I had initially seen as a professional convenience, now seemed like a deliberate, almost desperate act. He had not been trying to keep the outside world out. He had been trying to keep the inside world in. I began to search the study, no longer as a son sorting through his father's belongings, but as an investigator looking for clues. My father was a meticulous man. He kept journals. I found them, a neat row of identical black leather-bound volumes on the top shelf of his bookshelf. For years, the entries were what I expected. Notes on his linguistic research, observations on the local bird life, quiet, thoughtful musings on the books he was reading. And then, 5 years ago, the entries changed. October 12th. The phenomenon is growing stronger. The insulation I installed is no longer sufficient. I can hear them now even without the amplifier. They seem more agitated than usual. There is a recurring phrase in the dominant Slavic dialect. It translates roughly to, "The sky is thinning." My blood ran cold. He had heard them too. For years. This had been his secret, his obsession. I read on, my hands trembling, devouring his neat, precise script, a record of his own descent into the same acoustic rabbit hole. He had started, as I had, with the radio wave theory. He had dismissed it, as I had. He had then moved on to more esoteric, more frightening possibilities. He had filled pages with complex equations, with diagrams of quantum waveforms, with theories about multidimensional topology. He had come to a conclusion that was both scientifically rigorous and utterly insane. He believed the house, or more specifically, the ground beneath the house, was a nodal point, a place where the membrane between parallel realities was unusually thin. He believed he was not hearing ghosts or radio waves, but the actual, real-time, audio-visual bleed-through from another adjacent universe. A universe that was, according to his increasingly frantic linguistic analysis, in a state of profound and terrifying collapse. January 4th. I have finally isolated a clear, repeating signal from the chaos. It is a child's voice, a little girl. She is singing the same lullaby over and over, a song about a silver ship that will carry her away to a land of stars. Her language is one I have never encountered. It is beautiful and heartbreaking. In the background, I can hear a constant, low humming sound, a sound of machinery, or is it something else? March 22nd. The humming is louder. The other voices are more fearful. They are speaking of the great silence. They are speaking of things being erased. The little girl has stopped singing. All I can hear from her signal now is the sound of her quietly, desperately weeping. I felt a profound, chilling empathy for my father. I had always seen his quiet, solitary life as a choice, but now I understood. He had not been a recluse, he had been a warden, a silent, solitary guardian of a terrible secret knowledge, a man who spent his nights with his ear pressed to the floor of his reality, listening to the sounds of a dying world next door. The voices began to change for me too. My presence, my focused, amplified attention seemed to be affecting them, or perhaps it was affecting the barrier between our worlds. The conversations became clearer, and they began to show an awareness of me. I was recording one night, trying to isolate a single, clear conversation from the babel, when I heard a man's voice, speaking in clear, unaccented English, say, with a chilling conversational clarity, "The listener is back. Be quiet. He can hear us." The hundreds of voices, which had been a constant, chaotic river of sound, abruptly stopped. A profound, absolute silence fell on the other side, a silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the noise had been. I sat there, frozen, my own silence a mirror of theirs. We were two worlds, holding our collective breath, suddenly, terrifyingly aware of each other. Then a single voice broke the silence, a woman's voice, old and cracked with grief. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice seeming to come from a spot directly beneath my chair. "Please, it's so cold here, and the silence has taken everyone." I ripped the headphones from my head, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. This was no longer a passive experience. I was not just an observer, I was a participant. They knew I was here, and they were asking for help. My father's journals became my Bible, my roadmap. He had been working on a device. He called it a resonance amplifier. It was a complex array of copper wiring, quartz crystals, and old vacuum tubes, all connected to a central, gramophone-like brass horn. He had built it in the cellar, directly beneath the study. His notes on it were frantic, almost unhinged. He believed that just as he could hear them, they could, faintly, hear him. He believed that by creating a sympathetic resonance, he could establish a clearer, more stable channel. He wanted to speak to them. He wanted to understand. But his final entries were filled with a terrible new fear. August 9th. I have made a terrible mistake. The amplifier works too well. I spoke to them. I established a connection with a man who called himself a physicist. He told me of their world, a world like ours, but one where a single subatomic experiment in the 1950s had gone wrong. It had created a flaw in their reality, a kind of entropic, sound-eating void that was slowly, inexorably expanding and erasing their world. The great silence, it is not a metaphor, it is a literal thing, a wave of absolute nothingness that is consuming their universe. And he told me something else. He told me that our world, our reality, is like a tuning fork to them. They can feel our vibrations, and they believe that by creating a strong enough bridge, they can escape. They can cross over. August 14th, he was lying. The physicist. He is not a man. He is a mouthpiece. There is something else there in the silence, something that has been drawn to the decay, something that is wearing the voices of the dead like a mask. The little girl is gone. They are all gone. All that is left is the echo and the hunger behind the echo. I have to dismantle the amplifier. I have to reinforce the silence. I pray it is not too late. That was his last entry. He had died of a heart attack 2 weeks later. I went down to the cellar. In the far corner, hidden under a dusty canvas tarp, was the device. It was just as he had described it, a strange, beautiful, and terrifying piece of steampunk technology. The brass horn was aimed up at the floorboards of the study. My father had not been able to dismantle it. He had simply covered it up, a sleeping monster he hadn't had the strength or the time to kill. And now it was my monster, my responsibility. The voices from the floorboards were no longer pleading for help. They were demanding it. They were using a new tactic, one that was far more insidious, far more cruel. They were using my own memories against me. I began to hear my mother's voice in the mix. She had died of cancer when I was a teenager, and the sound of her voice, so perfectly, achingly real, was a knife in my heart. "Leo, my love," she would whisper, "I'm here. I'm not gone. I just slipped into the wrong room. Help me get back. Just open the door a little wider." I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a trick. It was the entity, the great silence, the hungry echo, using the stolen voice of my mother as bait. But the emotional, irrational, grief-stricken part of my soul did not care. It wanted to believe. The physical manifestations began. A fine gray dust, like pulverized sound waves, started to seep up through the floorboards of the study, coating everything in a thin, lifeless layer. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air took on a strange, metallic, ozone-like smell. The silence in the house was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was an active, aggressive presence, a presence that was trying to erase the natural ambient noise of my world. The ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall grew fainter. The cry of the gulls outside the window sounded thin and distant, as if coming from behind a thick wall of glass. My world was being muted. I knew I had to make a choice. I could flee. I could abandon the house, leave the monster to its slumber, and pray that the silence never learned how to open its own door. Or I could stay and fight. I could finish the work my father had started. I could become the new warden. The decision was made for me one night when the voice of my father came through the floorboards. Not the old, tired man I had known at the end, but the strong, vibrant man from my childhood. "I'm proud of you, son," the voice said. "You were always the strong one. You can do this. You can fix this. Just turn it on. We can all be a family again." It was the one thing he had never said to me in his life, the one thing I had always longed to hear, and the lie was so perfect, so beautiful, that it almost broke me. But it also gave me the strength I needed. The thing under the floor was not just a monster, it was a thief. It had stolen the voices of the dead, and it was wearing my own personal grief like a Sunday suit. And I was going to take it back. I went down to the cellar. The air was colder than ever, and the humming from the amplifier was now a low, expectant thrum. It was active. My own emotional turmoil was feeding it, priming it. My father's notes had been filled with his attempts to create a stable, two-way channel. But his final frantic scrawls were about the opposite. He had been trying to create a sonic counterpulse, a wave of focused, chaotic, real-world sound that would, he theorized, disrupt the resonance and permanently collapse the fragile bridge between the worlds. He had been building a bomb made of noise. but he had never had the courage or the time to detonate it. I found his schematics. The plan was terrifyingly simple. It required me to reverse the polarity of the main amplifier and then feed a single, powerful, complex audio signal into it, a signal that was the antithesis of the cold, entropic silence on the other side, a signal that was full of life, of chaos, of love, of pain, a signal that was as messy, as imperfect, and as real as the world I was trying to protect. I knew what I had to use. I went back up to the study and found the box of old family audio recordings I had been meaning to archive, the recordings my father had made of all of us. I found the one I was looking for, a cassette tape from the summer of 1995, a family barbecue. I threaded the tape into an old player and plugged it into the amplifier's input. I put on a pair of heavy, industrial-grade ear protectors. My hands trembled as I made the final adjustments, reversing the wires as my father's frantic diagrams instructed. The humming from the amplifier grew to a deafening, bone-jarring roar. The stone walls of the cellar seemed to vibrate. The gray dust was now pouring from the ceiling, and in it I could see faint, screaming, spectral faces. The voice of my mother, of my father, of Eleanor, of every loss I had ever known, was screaming in my head, a chorus of beautiful, perfect lies begging me to stop. I closed my eyes. I thought of my father, the lonely, silent warden. I thought of his last, brave, desperate act. And I hit the play button. The sound that erupted from the brass horn was not a single, clean tone. It was a wave of pure, chaotic, beautiful life. It was the sound of my father laughing, a deep, rumbling sound I had almost forgotten. It was the sound of my mother calling my name, telling me to be careful with the fireworks. It was the sound of my own 10-year-old voice shrieking with delight. It was the sound of crickets, of a crackling bonfire, of a badly played guitar, of a screen door slamming. It was the sound of a messy, imperfect, and profoundly real summer night. It was the sound of my life. The amplifier roared, and the brass horn glowed with a cherry-red heat. The floorboards of the study above me began to crack and splinter. A high-pitched, unearthly shriek, a sound of 1,000,000 static-filled voices, rose from the ground, a sound of a thing in its death agony. And then, with a final, explosive boom that threw me back against the far wall, the amplifier overloaded and went silent. The silence that followed was different. It was a real silence, a simple, empty, peaceful silence. The cold was gone. The pressure was gone. The dust had settled. I took off the ear protectors. I could hear the faint, distant, beautiful sound of the waves crashing on the shore. The noise of my world had returned. I went upstairs. The study was a wreck. The floorboards were a splintered, buckled mess. In the center of the room was a jagged, dark hole leading down into the cellar. But the oppressive, soundproof feeling was gone. It was just a room again, a room with a beautiful view of the sea. I live in my father's house now. I have become its new guardian. I repaired the floor, and the room is my studio again. The work I do now feels different, more meaningful. I am no longer just an archivist of the dead. I am a curator of the sounds of the living. I know that the other world, the silent, hungry world, is still out there, on the other side of an infinitely thin but now blessedly stable wall, and I know that the silence in this house is not an absence. It is a victory. It is the sound of a door that has been closed. It is the sound of a battle that was won, not with weapons, but with a noisy, imperfect, and beautiful memory. It is the sound of my father's legacy. It is the sound of peace. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The weight of floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable, dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on a desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, "Maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant." But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of Fifth and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room, the faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery, doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers. "You've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy?" "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous, sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, Something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. My grandma's old radio plays stations that don't exist. My grandmother, Ilara, was a collector of silent things. Her house, a 2-story Victorian that creaked like a ship at sea, was a museum of objects that had outlived their purpose. Brass barometers that had forgotten the weather, clocks whose hands were frozen in a perpetual state of 10 past 4, and a fleet of beautiful, intricate ships in bottles, their tiny sails forever becalmed. When she passed away at the age of 89, she left me the house and everything in it. I, a sound designer for independent films, a man whose life was a carefully curated collage of noise, inherited a kingdom of profound and unsettling silence. I came to the house not to live, but to sort, to dismantle the quiet, ordered life she had built. For the first week, I was an archaeologist, sifting through layers of dust and memory. The air smelled of lavender, beeswax, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying paper. It was a lonely, melancholic task, a conversation with a ghost who would only speak through the objects she had left behind. I found the radio in the attic, shrouded in a yellowed linen sheet like a piece of holy statuary. It was a magnificent beast, a 1948 Sentinel floor model, its wooden cabinet the color of rich, dark honey, its cloth grille a complex geometric pattern of woven gold thread. A single, large, cyclopean dial made of a milky, amber-colored bakelite dominated the front panel. It was a thing of beauty, a cathedral dedicated to the worship of forgotten broadcasts. I was a man who loved vintage audio equipment, and the sight of it was a balm to my grieving, listless soul. I spent the better part of an afternoon wrestling it down the narrow attic stairs and into the living room, placing it in the corner, where a sad-looking fern had finally given up the ghost. I plugged it in. Nothing, not a hum, not a crackle. The silence from the radio was just a more concentrated version of the silence that already filled the house. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. The next day, I had the back panel off, my tools spread out on a dust sheet. The inside was a miniature city of vacuum tubes, cloth-wrapped wires, and enormous wax paper capacitors. It was surprisingly clean, as if Grandma had been tending to it right up until the end. I found the culprit easily enough. A single, burnt-out rectifier tube. A quick search online. A trip to a specialty electronics store in a town 40 miles away, and a few hours later, I had the new tube in place. I plugged it in again. This time, as I turned the knob, a soft, warm, golden light bloomed behind the dial, and a low, gentle hum filled the room, the sound of a sleeping giant beginning to stir. I turned the large, weighted tuning knob, and the needle slid across the frequency band. The speaker crackled, hissed, and then, through a blizzard of static, a voice emerged. It was a man's voice, a classic mid-century announcer's baritone, smooth and full of a folksy, unwarranted confidence. And that's a guaranteed promise from Miller's Hardware in lovely downtown Silver Creek. Remember, folks, for any job big or small, Miller's has it all. Now, let's get back to the music with Patti Page. A lush, orchestral arrangement swelled from the speaker, the sound rich and warm, full of a nostalgic hiss that no digital filter could ever truly replicate. I smiled. It worked. I leaned back in Grandma's floral armchair, a feeling of deep satisfaction washing over me. It was only after the song had finished and a news report began about a prize-winning pumpkin at the annual town fair that a strange, dissonant thought began to bubble up in my mind. Silver Creek. I knew every town, every forgotten hamlet within a 100-mile radius of this house. I had never heard of a Silver Creek. I pulled out my phone and searched for it. Nothing. No Silver Creek, Wisconsin, no Miller's Hardware, no local radio station with the call letters WSC. I checked a list of historical town names. Still nothing. It was a ghost town, a place that had never existed. My rational mind, the part of me that designed soundscapes based on the hard, cold laws of physics, immediately supplied an explanation. A pirate radio station. Some hobbyist out in the woods with a vintage transmitter, broadcasting his own curated nostalgic programming. It was a charming, eccentric explanation, and it satisfied me for a while. But the broadcasts were too perfect, too dense. They weren't just playing old songs. They were broadcasting a whole, fully realized world. There were commercials for businesses that had no online footprint, public service announcements for a school district that didn't exist, a Lonely Hearts call-in show where the residents of this phantom town would share their small, mundane heartbreaks. I would sit for hours listening, a strange, voyeuristic anthropologist studying a lost tribe that had never been found. The first crack in my pirate radio theory came a week later. I was twisting the dial late one night, the golden light of the radio the only illumination in the dark room. I moved past the Silver Creek station and into a howling wilderness of static. And then another signal began to resolve. It was different. The sound quality was cleaner, sharper, and the broadcast was in a language I didn't recognize, a melodic, flowing tongue that sounded vaguely Slavic. It was a woman singing a lullaby, her voice filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Behind her, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. The song ended, and a man began to speak, his voice soft and urgent. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was universal. He was pleading. He was afraid. And in the background, another sound began to grow, a low, guttural, and deeply menacing roar, like the sound of a great distant fire. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a shriek of pure, undiluted static. My heart was pounding. That was not a hobbyist. That was a raw, unfiltered slice of someone's terror. I tried to find the station again, but it was gone, swallowed by the static. The radio was no longer just a charming curiosity. It was a puzzle, a mystery that was beginning to consume me. The stations were not just from one non-existent place. They were from somewhere else, or perhaps from sometime else. I started keeping a logbook, documenting every strange broadcast. I found a station that played nothing but a single, repeating, 5-note musical phrase over and over again for hours on end. I found a station where a man would simply read numbers, his voice a dry, emotionless monotone. I found a station that was just the sound of a ticking clock and a woman weeping softly. The breakthrough, the moment that transformed my obsession into a full-blown, terrifying reality, was a broadcast that sounded, at first, completely normal. It was a news report in English, in a familiar, modern broadcasting style. And in financial news, shares for tech giant Omnicore surged today after the successful launch of their global atmospheric weather control system, the announcer said. CEO Julian Thorne, accepting the World Science Prize in Geneva, stated that this marks a new era for humanity, an era free from the tyranny of drought, famine, and natural disasters. I stared at the radio, my blood turning to ice. I knew who Julian Thorne was. He was my father, but my father was not the CEO of a tech giant. He was a retired high school biology teacher who spent his days tending to his prize-winning roses in a quiet, suburban town. He had never invented a global weather control system. I had just spoken to him on the phone yesterday. He was complaining about the aphids on his golden celebrations. This wasn't a broadcast from the past. This wasn't a broadcast from another country. This was a broadcast from another now. A parallel reality. A world where my father had made a different choice, had pursued a different life, and had apparently become one of the most important people on earth. I felt a wave of vertigo so profound I had to grip the arms of the chair. The radio wasn't just a receiver of stray signals, it was a window into the infinite branching paths of what could have been. The what-ifs and might-have-beens of the universe were all playing out simultaneously, and this old wooden box in my grandmother's living room was somehow able to tune into them. My investigation turned inward, into the house, into the life of the quiet, enigmatic woman who had raised me. I had always seen my grandmother as a simple woman, a creature of routine and quiet dignity, but now I was seeing her in a new light. She wasn't a collector of silent things. She was a curator of them. She had intentionally created a space of profound quiet in her life, and I now suspected it was to make it easier to hear the whispers from the sentinel. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, tucked beneath a stack of neatly bundled letters, I found her journal. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, its pages filled with her elegant, spidery script. Most of it was the mundane, day-to-day accounting of a quiet life. But here and there, Between notes about her garden and the price of eggs were entries that made my hair stand on end. March the 12th, 1968. The static is heavy tonight. A storm on the other side. Heard a broadcast from a world where the war never ended. The same songs, but sadder. The announcer's voice was so tired, I pray for their peace. June 4th, 1982. Tuned in to a very clear signal. A world where John is a painter. He sounded so happy. He described the light on the coast, the colors. It was a good broadcast, a kind one. It helps to know that somewhere he found his joy. John was my grandfather. He had died in a car crash in 1981, a struggling accountant who had always dreamed of being an artist. My grandmother had known, she had known all along. This radio was not a passive device. It was her confidant, her oracle, her window into the lives her loved ones might have lived. She had used it to find comfort, to visit the ghosts of choices not made. But then the entries began to grow darker. November 2nd, 1995, a new station. It doesn't feel like the others. It's cold, empty. There's a voice, but it's not speaking. It's just a whisper, a sound like dry static. It makes the milk in the kitchen go sour. It makes the flowers in the vase wilt. I must be careful. Some doors are not meant to be opened. July 20th, 2010. The whispering station is stronger. It seems to know when I am listening. I heard a name in the static today, my name. I have unplugged the sentinel. The silence is a blessing. Some echoes are too hungry. Some worlds are better left unheard. She had been terrified of it, this whispering station, this hungry echo. And for the last decade of her life, she had kept the radio silent, a sleeping dragon she dared not wake. And I, in my ignorant, bumbling grief, had not only woken it, but I had fed it my undivided attention for weeks. I should have stopped. I should have unplugged the radio, hauled it back up to the attic, and buried it under a mountain of forgotten things. But I couldn't. I was addicted. And a part of me, a dark, curious part, needed to find the station she had been so afraid of. I found it a week later. It was high up on the band, in a dead zone that should have been nothing but empty air. It started as a faint, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter. Then the whisper began. It was a low, sibilant hiss, a sound that was on the very edge of human hearing. It was the sound of 1,000,000 tiny, broken voices all speaking at once, creating a single, coherent, malevolent wave of sound. It was the audio equivalent of staring into a television screen of pure black and white static, and it was calling my name. Alexex. The sound was a hook that snagged itself in the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. The house changed when that station was on. The air grew cold. I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of static in the shape of a man. The lights would flicker in time with a rhythmic clicking. One night, I was on the phone with my father, my real father, the biology teacher, and the whisper began to bleed through the phone line, our conversation dissolving into a sea of hissing static. I was being haunted, not by a ghost, but by a possibility, a corrupted, failed reality, an echo of a world that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong, and it was using the radio as an anchor, a bridge into my world. The journal had one final terrifying entry, written in a shaky, almost illegible hand on the last page. It's a reflection, a shadow. The sentinel doesn't just receive, it transmits. Our choices, our lives, they create the echoes it tunes into. But a strong echo, a hungry one. It can try to reflect back. It can try to overwrite. It wants a world to live in. It wants our world. Do not let it show you what you want to see. The warning came too late. The whispering station began to change. It started to broadcast images into my mind, not memories, but temptations. It showed me a world where my mother's cancer had never returned, a world where my best friend in college hadn't died in that stupid, senseless climbing accident. It showed me a world where Eleanor and I had had the child we had always wanted. It was showing me my own personal, curated heaven. All I had to do, the whisper seemed to promise, was keep listening, keep the channel open, let it in. The entity, which I had come to think of as the static, began to manifest more physically. I woke up one morning to find a thin layer of fine black dust, like iron filings, covering every surface in the living room. The mirrors in the house would no longer show my reflection clearly, but a distorted, wavering version of me, as if I were made of television snow. I was being erased, my reality slowly being overwritten by the static of that dead, hungry world. The climax arrived on a stormy Tuesday night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, save for the single golden glowing eye of the sentinel's dial. The whispering station was on, and it was louder than I had ever heard it before. And then it broadcast the one thing I could not resist. It was Eleanor's voice, not a memory, not an echo. It was her, clear as day, as if she were in the room with me. "Tom," she said, her voice full of a desperate, pleading love. "Tom, I'm here. I'm so lost. It's so cold. But I can see a light. Your light. Just turn the dial a little more. Just bring me into focus. You can bring me home." I knew it was a trick. I knew it was the static, wearing the voice of my dead wife like a mask. But my heart didn't care. The grief, the raw, gaping wound of her absence was a vulnerability it had found and exploited with surgical precision. I reached for the dial, my hand trembling. The whisper in my head was a triumphant, sibilant roar. Yes, let her in, let us in. And then another voice came from the radio, a different one. It was my grandmother, a faint, crackling, distant echo, but it was her. "Don't, my boy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of static. "That's not her. That's the lie the silence tells. You have to choose the real noise, your noise." I was caught between them, the perfect, beautiful lie of my wife's voice and the faint, fragile truth of my grandmother's warning. I looked around the dark room, at the house that had been my sanctuary and had become my prison. I thought of my own life, the messy, imperfect, painful, and real life I had been so desperate to escape. My grandmother hadn't collected silent things because she was afraid of the world. She had collected them so she could listen, so she could understand the infinite, beautiful, and terrible possibilities of a single human life. She had chosen her reality with all its heartbreak, and now I had to choose mine. I took my hand off the tuning knob. "No," I said, my voice a ragged shout. "You are not her, and this is not my world to give." I turned the dial away from the whispering station, away from the siren song of Eleanor's voice. The static shrieked, a sound of pure, frustrated rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The windows rattled, the floorboards groaned, the light from the radio's dial flared blindingly bright, and then, with a pop and a fizz, it went out. One of the main amplifier tubes had blown. The radio fell silent. The whispering in my head stopped. The feeling of cold, malevolent pressure in the room vanished. I was alone again, in the dark, in the quiet. But it was a different kind of quiet, a clean quiet, a real quiet. The next day, I didn't take the radio to the attic. I left it in its place of honor in the living room. I didn't fix it. I understood now. It was not a toy. It was not an oracle. It was a responsibility. It was a listening post on the shores of infinity. And it required a vigilant and very quiet guardian. I live in my grandmother's house now. The silence no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a presence, the presence of all the other worlds, all the other lives, all the other choices, held at bay by a single, silent, magnificent old radio. I am a sound designer who has come to appreciate the profound, powerful, and sometimes necessary beauty of silence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint orchestral swell or the distant folksy voice of an announcer talking about the weather in a town that never was. And I smile. I know the echoes are still out there. But I have chosen my station, and I am finally content to listen to the beautiful, heartbreaking, and perfectly real static of my own life. I joined a sleep study. Everyone else disappeared on night 3. The flyer was a small, unassuming rectangle of cheap, glossy paper, tacked to the overstuffed bulletin board in the graduate student lounge. It was a beacon of bland, institutional hope in a sea of roommate-wanted ads and free pizza for your soul campus ministry flyers. Participants needed for a study on the restorative effects of deep sleep, it read. The compensation was a number so ludicrous, so disproportionate to the task of simply sleeping, that it felt like a typo. $20,000 for a 1-week inpatient study. To me, a Ph.D. candidate in theoretical physics, a man whose life had become a Sisyphean struggle to pay rent on a grad student stipend while simultaneously trying to solve the mysteries of the universe, that number wasn't just money. It was a lifeline. It was a year of ramen noodles and peace of mind. It was the ability to think about something other than the crushing weight of my own self-imposed and deeply intellectual poverty. My name is Simon. I have always been a man who believed in data, in quantifiable and observable reality. The world, to me, was a complex but ultimately solvable equation. I did not believe in ghosts or in magic or in any phenomenon that could not be explained by the elegant and sometimes brutal laws of physics. This, I would later realize, was a profound and deeply arrogant failure of my imagination. The study was being conducted by a private and vaguely sinister research group called the Somnos Institute. Their intake facility was a stark, minimalist, and deeply unnerving office in a downtown skyscraper, a place that smelled of expensive and probably toxic air freshener. The man in charge was a Dr. Elias Vance, a man with the cold, dead eyes of a shark and a smile that was a masterpiece of insincere corporate reassurance. He spoke in a smooth, practiced baritone, his words a soothing and utterly meaningless river of scientific jargon. The Somnus Protocol, he explained, his hands clasped on his large mahogany desk, is designed to isolate and amplify the theta wave activity in the brain during REM sleep. We believe that this specific frequency is the key to unlocking the human mind's latent and largely untapped potential for self-repair, for accelerated learning, for a kind of psychic decluttering, if you will. He made it sound like we were about to receive a deluxe neurological spa treatment. I and the other 4 participants were chosen for our unremarkable and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and we were chosen for our normality. We were a motley but uniformly healthy and psychologically stable crew. There was Maya, a sharp, cynical, and deeply sarcastic law student. Ben, a quiet, gentle, and deeply introverted software engineer. Chloe, a bubbly and relentlessly optimistic yoga instructor. And Marcus, a former soldier, with a quiet, watchful, and deeply intimidating presence. We were 5 ordinary people, united by our shared and desperate need for a large and seemingly easy sum of money. The facility itself was in the sub-basement of the same skyscraper, a place that was accessible only by a private keycard-operated elevator. As the doors hissed shut behind us, sealing us in, I felt a familiar and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a flicker of claustrophobia. The facility was a self-contained and windowless world of soft, ambient lighting, recycled and slightly metallic-tasting air, and a profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a silence that was not the absence of noise, but the presence of a powerful and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a controlled silence. We were each assigned a small, comfortable, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a sterile room. The bed was a marvel of biometric technology, its mattress a complex and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a web of sensors that would monitor our every heartbeat, our every breath, our every neurological flicker. A small, unobtrusive, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a camera was mounted in a corner of the ceiling, its single, black, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and its unblinking eye a constant and silent observer. The first 2 nights were a model of scientific and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a boring routine. We would eat a bland but nutritionally perfect meal in the communal area. We would undergo a battery of cognitive tests, memory games, and logic puzzles. And then we would retire to our individual pods to sleep, a thin and almost invisible IV line taped to our arms, delivering what Dr. Vance had called a proprietary theta wave enhancing amino acid solution. The sleep was incredible. It was a deep, dreamless, and profoundly and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a restful abyss. I would wake up feeling a clarity, a focus that I hadn't experienced since my undergraduate, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and my Adderall-fueled days. The others reported the same. We were sharper, faster, and our scores on the cognitive tests were improving at an exponential rate. The $20,000 felt less like a payment and more like a bonus for a life-altering and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a very expensive and very effective and very, very strange and very, very strange and very, very strange, and it was a good sleep. The change occurred on the third night. I woke up as usual to the soft, gentle, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a chime that signaled the beginning of our waking cycle. I felt the same, profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I felt the same clarity. I sat up. The IV had been disconnected, as it always was, by some silent and unseen and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a mechanism. I went to the communal area for breakfast. The room was empty. The table was set for 5, as it always was, with 5 identical bowls of the same bland and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the same oatmeal-like paste. I waited. Ben was usually the first one up, a creature of quiet and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a creature of habit. Then Chloe and Maya. Marcus was always the last. I waited for 20 minutes. The silence in the room was no longer the controlled and sterile silence of the facility. It was a deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was an empty silence. I went to Ben's room. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was empty. The bed was made the same, perfect and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the same military precision neatness as my own. I checked the other rooms, Maya's, Chloe's, Marcus's. They were all empty. Their beds were all made. Their few personal belongings, a book, a tube of chapstick, a pair of running shoes, were all gone. It was as if they had never been there. My first thought was that this was a part of the study, a psychological test, a test of my reaction to sudden and unexplained isolation. It was a logical and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a rational explanation. I went to the main door, the one that led to the elevator, to the outside world. I had expected it to be locked. It was not. It opened with a soft and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it hissed open. I stepped out into the elevator lobby. The elevator was there, its doors open, waiting. I stepped inside. I pressed the button for the ground floor. The doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent. I was free to go. The thought was not a comforting one. It was a deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a terrifying one. If this was a test, it was a very strange one. The elevator doors opened onto the lobby of the skyscraper. The morning sun was streaming through the large plate glass windows, and the city was a bustling and beautiful and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically. And it was a normal city. No one stopped me. No one questioned me. I walked out of the building and onto the street. The air was cool, and it smelled of exhaust fumes and roasted nuts and the thousand other beautiful and wonderful, and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and the smells of life. I was free. The $20,000 had been wired to my account that morning as promised. The study was over. I was a free and very rich man. But the others, where were the others? I went to the police. I tried to explain. My voice was a shaky and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was an unconvincing mess. 4 missing people from a secret and vaguely sinister sleep study. The officer looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and he looked at me with pity. He took a report. He promised to look into it. I knew he would not. I went home to my own small and cluttered and blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and my apartment, and I began my own investigation. The Somnus Institute, it turned out, did not exist. The address of their corporate office was a mail drop. Their website was a shell, a collection of stock photos and meaningless corporate jargon. The phone number was disconnected. The entire organization had, like my fellow participants, vanished into thin air. I was alone with the mystery, and with the $20,000, and with the strange, new, and deeply, and profoundly, and unsettlingly, and strangely, and beautifully, and tragically, and comically, and the new clarity in my own mind. The dreams started that night. They were not dreams in the traditional sense. They were visits. I would find myself in a place that was not a place, a landscape of pure, white, and endless light. And they would be there, Maya, Ben, Chloe, Marcus. They were not ghosts. They were solid. They were real. But they were different. They were calm, serene. Their eyes, which in the real world had been filled with the usual human and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and their eyes were now filled with a deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a placid and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a peaceful emptiness. They would not speak to me. They would just be. They would be building things. Strange, intricate, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they would be building things out of pure white light. They were architects of a world that was made of dreams, and I was the only one who could see them. I understood then. The Somnus Protocol was not about enhancing sleep. It was not about unlocking the mind's potential. It was about something else entirely. It was about migration. Dr. Vance had not been lying when he said he was opening a door, but it was not a door to a new level of consciousness. It was a door to a new place, a new dimension, a world that existed on the other side of sleep, a world that was, perhaps, quieter, simpler, more restful. And the others, They had chosen to stay. They had not disappeared. They had emigrated. They had left the messy and chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they had left this world for a world of pure and endless and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and a world of sleep. And I had been the one who had come back. I was the one who had, for some reason, chosen to wake up. I live my life now in two worlds. The waking world, with its noise and its chaos and its beautiful and wonderful, and finally, blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and its imperfections, and the sleeping world, the world of the endless white and silent light, where my four lost and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and my friends are building their new and quiet and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and their new home. I am a tourist in the land of dreams. I am the last remaining and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I am the last link to the world they left behind. I do not know if I made the right choice. The quiet and the peace and the profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and the serenity of their world is a powerful and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it is a seductive song. But I am a man of data, a man of the observable world, and this world with all its flaws and all its noise and all its beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and this world is the one I have chosen, and I will live in it for them. I will be their memory. I will be their proof that this messy and beautiful and wonderful and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and this world was once their home. I woke up in a hospital. The staff won't tell me what year it is. The first sensation was the hum, a low, soft, persistent thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in my ears, but in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of a perfectly functioning, utterly sterile machine. The second sensation was the smell, antiseptic, clean to the point of being aggressive, a scent so devoid of organic life it felt like the opposite of breathing. My eyes opened. The world was a uniform, shadowless, milky white. The ceiling, the walls, the thin synthetic blanket covering me, all the same shade of clinical non-color. My name is Mark Thorne. I knew this with a sudden crystalline certainty. I was 34 years old. I was an architect. I was engaged to a woman named Anna, a woman whose laugh sounded like wind chimes and whose hair smelled of lavender and sunshine, and I had been in a car accident. The memory came back in a jagged, violent flash, the screech of tires on wet asphalt, the blinding glare of headlights where they shouldn't be, the sickening concussive crunch of metal, and Anna's hand, suddenly weightless in my own. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I tried to sit up, but my body refused to obey. It felt like a borrowed suit, heavy and disconnected. A soft, pleasant chime sounded somewhere in the room, and a woman appeared at my bedside. She was dressed in the same seamless white as the room, her features calm and symmetrical, her smile gentle but utterly unreadable. A name tag on her chest read, Elara, Cognitive Support. "Welcome back, Mark," she said, her voice as smooth and placid as a still lake. "It's good to see you awake. Please, do not be alarmed. You are safe." "Anna," I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "My fiancée. Was she—" Elara's smile didn't waver. "All will be made clear in time. For now, your focus must be on recovery. Your body has been dormant for a significant period. We must reestablish your baseline functions." Her words were like pillows, soft and designed to smother any hard, sharp questions. But one question pushed its way through the fog of my confusion. It felt like the most important question in the world, the anchor I needed to tether myself to reality. "How long?" I asked. "How long have I been out?" She took a small silver device from her pocket and ran it over my chest. A soft, green light pulsed from it. "Your vital signs are stabilizing nicely. That's a very positive indicator." "You didn't answer my question," I said, a flicker of irritation cutting through my weakness. "The concept of how long is relative, Mark," she said, her placid expression unwavering. "Temporal awareness can be disorienting after a significant trauma. Our priority is your cognitive and physiological well-being. We will address all your questions during your scheduled sessions." She tapped a small, almost invisible panel on the wall, and a tray slid out, holding a small bowl of a thick beige paste. "Your nutrient intake is critical at this stage. Please consume this. It has everything your body needs." I stared at the paste, then back at her. Her refusal to answer was so deliberate, so unnatural. It wasn't that she didn't know. It was that she wouldn't say. A new, colder fear began to snake its way around the hot core of my grief for Anna. "What year is it?" I asked, the words stark and loud in the quiet room. Elara's smile finally faltered, just for a fraction of a second. A tiny micro-expression of something. Annoyance? Pity? It was gone as quickly as it came. "That is not a productive question at this stage of your recovery, Mark. We find that focusing on the present moment yields the best results. Now, please, your nutrients." She left the room as silently as she had entered. I was alone with the humming, the antiseptic smell, the beige paste, and a profound, terrifying sense of dislocation. It was the first day of my new life, a life in which the simple act of asking for the date was considered an unproductive question. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous, disorienting routine, a life lived in a white box. My physical strength returned with an almost unnatural speed. The nutrient paste, which tasted of nothing at all, seemed to repair my atrophied muscles at a cellular level. A man named Coyle, a physical therapist with the same calm, detached demeanor as Elara, would guide me through exercises that felt both alien and familiar. My body remembered how to move, but it was a distant, echoic memory. My real work, they told me, was in the cognitive sessions with Elara. We would sit in 2 white chairs in my white room, and she would ask me questions. She'd show me images on a tablet, a tree, a house, a dog, and ask me to identify them. At first, it felt like a test for a toddler. But the questions grew more complex, more personal. "Tell me about your childhood home, Mark," she'd say, her pen poised over a data pad. It was a two-story colonial on Maple Street, I'd begin. A big oak tree in the front yard with a tire swing. She would listen patiently, and then she would gently correct me. Our records indicate it was a single-story ranch house on Elm Avenue. The tree was a sycamore. The memory of a tire swing is a common confabulation, a memory echo from a piece of media you likely consumed. It was maddening. Every detail I provided, every memory I held dear, was met with a calm, clinical refutation. They had a file on me, a complete and total record of the life of Mark Thorne. And it was all wrong. My father was a carpenter, not an accountant. My first pet was a cat named Mittens, not a goldfish named Bubbles. Anna and I met in a coffee shop during a rainstorm, not through a university-sponsored social mixer. The trauma of your accident was significant, Mark, Elara explained, her voice dripping with synthetic sympathy. It has created inconsistencies in your neural pathways. Think of your memory as a corrupted file. We are simply helping you restore the original uncorrupted data. We are helping you find yourself again. They were trying to gaslight me into a different life. But why? The more I clung to my own memories, the more they increased the frequency of the sessions. The more they insisted my past was a fiction. My grief for Anna was the one thing I held on to with a white-knuckled grip. It was my proof. My pain was real. Our love was real. They wanted to take that away, too. They called it emotional trauma, an anomaly to be corrected. The hospital, I had no other word for it, was a labyrinth of identical white corridors. There were no windows, not a single one. There was no way to see the sun, the sky, the outside world. There was no way to know if it was day or night. The soft, ambient light in the ceiling never changed. The staff, there were perhaps a dozen of them that I saw, moved with a silent, synchronized efficiency. They all wore the same white uniforms, the same placid smiles. They were like a hive of well-meaning, soulless insects. I never saw another patient. My repeated questions about this were met with the same frustratingly vague responses about individualized recovery protocols. The need to know the year became an obsession, a gnawing, desperate hunger. It was the key. It was the one piece of information that would unlock this whole nightmare. I tried every tactic I could think of. I tried pleading. I tried demanding. I tried feigning a breakdown. Nothing worked. They would simply sedate me with a small, painless injection, and I would wake up in my bed, the lost hours, a terrifying blank space in my mind. The first crack in their perfect white wall came in the form of a child's drawing. I had been permitted a recreational period in a room that was slightly larger than my own, filled with simple geometric objects that were meant to be stimulating. A maintenance panel in the wall was slightly ajar. My curiosity, the one part of me they hadn't managed to sedate, took over. I glanced at the camera in a corner, then quickly pried the panel open. Inside was a tangle of fiber optic cables, and tucked away in a corner, a folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was a drawing done in the clumsy, earnest style of a young child. It depicted a family of stick figures standing under a sky that was a violent, angry shade of orange-red, cracked with jagged black lines. Beneath the drawing, in shaky block letters, was a single phrase, "Before the broken sky." The broken sky. The phrase echoed in my mind, resonating with a deep, primal sense of dread. I tucked the drawing into the waistband of my uniform, my heart pounding. It was a piece of the puzzle. It was proof that something had happened, something terrible, something that they were trying to erase. That night, I faked taking my mandatory sedative. I palmed a small dissolvable tablet and hid it under my tongue until the orderly left. For the first time, I was awake when I was supposed to be asleep. The humming of the facility seemed louder in the artificial night. I slid out of bed and crept to my door. I had no plan, just a desperate need to see something other than the four white walls of my room. The corridor was empty, bathed in the same eternal soft light. I began to walk, my bare feet silent on a cool, seamless floor. I didn't know what I was looking for. A window, a clock, an exit. A soft, scraping sound from a room down the hall made me freeze. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath held tight in my chest. The door was slightly ajar. I peered through the crack. Inside, an old man was on his hands and knees, trying to pry up a floor tile with a spoon he must have stolen from a meal tray. He was gaunt and wild-eyed, his white hair a chaotic halo around his head. He saw me. His eyes widened in terror, and he scrambled back, holding the spoon like a weapon. "Shh," I whispered, holding up my hands. "I'm not one of them." He watched me for a long moment, his chest heaving. Then he seemed to make a decision. "You're new," he rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "The architect. I heard them talking." "My name is Mark," I said. "What is this place?" "This place is a lie," he said, his eyes darting toward the door. "They're trying to correct you, aren't they? Trying to make you forget. Don't let them. The memories are all we have left of what it was like. Before." "Before what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Before the broken sky." The old man's face went slack with shock. "Where did you hear that?" I showed him the drawing. He stared at it, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. "So, you're a digger," he said with a grim, humorless smile. "Like me. They call me Elias. They say I have advanced memory corruption. They say I'm a lost cause." "Elias," I said, "what year is it?" He let out a dry, rattling laugh. "That's the one thing you can't ask, the one thing they protect above all else, because the number is so big it would break your mind, because it would prove that everything you were, everyone you knew, is dust." "What happened?" I pleaded. "The accident." "There was no accident," Elias said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Not for most of us. We were chosen. The chrysalis protocol. They put us to sleep, the ones with the skills they thought they'd need to rebuild. Architects, doctors, engineers. We were supposed to be the seed of the new world. But something went wrong. The great silence, they call it. The world outside. It died, and we just kept sleeping for a long, long time." His words were the ravings of a madman, but they resonated with a terrifying, intuitive truth. This place wasn't a hospital. It was a bunker, a tomb, and we were the sleeping inhabitants being woken up one by one. "The ones running this place?" I asked. "Who are they?" "The Watchers," he said, his eyes wide. "The descendants of the original staff. They were born here, in the white. They've never seen the sun. They've never felt the rain. The world before is a myth to them, a dangerous, corrupted file, and we are the last living copies of that file. They're trying to wipe us clean, to make us like them before they integrate us." A chime sounded down the hall. Elias scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of terror. "You have to go. They're coming." He pressed the spoon into my hand. "Keep digging, architect," he whispered. "Don't let them win." I fled back to my room, my mind a maelstrom of horrifying new realities. I was a relic, an artifact from a dead world. My memories weren't corrupted. They were history, and the staff of this hospital were book burners trying to erase it. The fight for my past was no longer just a fight for my sanity. It was a fight for the memory of the entire human race. My relationship with my captors changed. I became a model patient. I pretended to accept their corrections. I parroted back the fabricated details of my new life. I ate the paste. I did the exercises. I smiled the same placid, empty smile as them. But beneath the surface, I was a saboteur. I was mapping the corridors in my mind, noting the patrol patterns of the orderlies, looking for a weakness in their perfect white prison. Elias and I began to communicate in secret. We would leave messages for each other behind the loose maintenance panels using a simple code we'd devised. He told me more about the facility, which he called the Janus Cradle. He told me there were different levels. We were in the integration wing. Below us was the hibernation bay, where hundreds, maybe thousands more were still sleeping. Above us was command, where the watchers lived, and somewhere there was an exit, a door to the outside world. Our goal was simple and insane. We had to get out. We had to see the broken sky for ourselves. Elias had a plan. He had been here for years and had managed to steal a low-level key card from a careless orderly. It wouldn't get us to command, but it might get us into the maintenance tunnels that honeycombed the facility. Our chance came during a system-wide diagnostic, a monthly event where the surveillance system was briefly rebooted, leaving small gaps in the camera coverage. The escape was a heart-stopping, terrifying blur. Under the cover of the reboot, we slipped out of our rooms and met in a deserted corridor. Elias swiped the card, and a nearly invisible seam in the wall hissed open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. We plunged into it, the door hissing shut behind us, sealing us in the dusty, humming darkness of the cradle's guts. The tunnels were a different world. They were dark, cramped, and filled with the ghosts of old technology. Thick bundles of cables coated in a thick layer of gray dust snaked along the walls. Here and there, I saw logos and brand names that were achingly familiar, relics from my own time: General Electric, IBM, Panasonic. They were like fossils from a prehistoric age. We were moving through the skeleton of a dead world. We found a maintenance nexus, a small chamber where several tunnels converged. In the center was a dusty computer terminal, an ancient-looking desktop computer from the early 21st century. It was dead, of course, but beside it, on a shelf, was a stack of leather-bound logbooks. We opened the first one. The entries were handwritten, the ink faded, but still legible. The date on the first page made my breath catch in my throat. October 23rd, 2026. My accident had been in August of 2026. The logbook was the journal of Dr. Eris Thorne, the original director of the Janus Cradle. Not a cold young man who was my doctor, but his ancestor, his namesake. I read his words, my horror growing with every page. He wrote of a world teetering on the brink of collapse, not from war, but from something far more insidious. A series of cascading ecological disasters, a runaway greenhouse effect that was melting the poles and turning the skies a permanent, hazy red. He wrote of the chrysalis protocol, a desperate last-ditch effort to preserve a select group of humanity's best and brightest, to put them to sleep until the earth could heal itself. October 29th, 2026. The great silence has begun. All external communications went dark this morning. We are on our own now. The sky is the color of rust. May God have mercy on the souls of those we left behind. May 12th, 2048. The first of the cradle-born generation has come of age. They have never known a blue sky. They look upon us, the sleepers and the original staff, with a mixture of awe and pity. They call our world the before times. July 3rd, 2091. I am the last of the originals. The others are gone. The cradle-born run this place now. They are good, pragmatic people, but they fear the past. They see the memories of the sleepers not as a history to be preserved, but as a sickness to be cured. They have begun what they call cognitive correction. They believe they are doing a kindness, sparing the newly awakened the grief of a world that is gone forever. I have tried to argue with them, but to them I'm just a sad old man clinging to ghosts. The last entry was dated a week later. The writing was shaky, almost illegible. They are wrong. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive at all. I have hidden these logs. Maybe one day one of the sleepers will find them. Maybe one of them will be strong enough to remember for us all. I looked up from the book, my eyes stinging. 100 years. 200. The number didn't matter. Elias was right. The world I knew, the world of Anna, of Maple Street, of blue skies and rainstorms, was not just gone. It was ancient history. A noise from the tunnel behind us made us jump. The sound of footsteps. They knew we were gone. We had to move. We grabbed the logbooks and plunged deeper into the labyrinth. We were lost for what felt like days. We survived on the emergency nutrient packs we found in a forgotten storage closet. The Watchers were hunting us. We could hear their calm, dispassionate voices echoing through the tunnels, calling our names, assuring us that they only wanted to help. It was during our flight that we stumbled upon the nursery. It was a large circular room, filled with rows upon rows of cryogenic pods, far smaller than the ones in the hibernation bay. These were for children, but the most horrifying part was a large glass-walled observation room. Inside, a group of cradle-born children, no older than 5 or 6, were sitting at desks, watching a large screen. On the screen was a pastoral scene from the before times, a family having a picnic in a sunny green field. "Look, children," a soft, synthesized voice was saying, "this is a memory echo. It is a simulation of the corrupted data that the sleepers carry. See how bright the light is? It is unnatural. See how the people laugh? It is a symptom of emotional dysregulation. We must be grateful for the calm, for the balance that we have achieved." They weren't just erasing our memories. They were inoculating their own children against them, teaching them to fear the very concept of our world, to fear happiness, to fear the sun. Elias, his mind already fragile, couldn't take it. He let out a strangled, grief-stricken cry and collapsed, sobbing. The sound alerted our pursuers. They were on us in seconds. They dragged Elias away, his eyes locking with mine in a final, desperate plea. "Remember," his eyes said, "I managed to escape back into the maze of tunnels. I was alone again, hunted, with the weight of a dead world on my shoulders. I knew I couldn't stay in the tunnels forever. My only chance was to go up, to get to command, to find the door. Elias had managed to slip me his stolen key card before they took him. It was a desperate gamble, but I found a sealed access ladder that his card miraculously opened. It led straight up, into the heart of the beast. The command level was a stark contrast to the rest of the cradle. The walls were a dark, polished gray. The air was warmer. This was where the watchers lived. I crept through the corridors, my heart in my throat. I saw their living quarters, as Spartan and minimalist as my own room. I saw their food synthesizers, their communal learning centers. It was a life of perfect, sterile, passionless order. I found my way to the central control room. It was a vast, circular chamber. The walls were a single panoramic screen, currently displaying the vital signs of the thousands of souls still sleeping in the hibernation bay. In the center of the room, a young man was sitting at a console. It was the man I knew as Dr. Eris. He wasn't in his white uniform. He was wearing a simple gray tunic. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Mark Thorne," he said, his voice as calm as ever. "The architect. I must admit, you have been our most resilient subject." "Where is Elias?" I demanded, my voice raw. "He has been returned to hibernation," Aris said. "His memory file was too deeply corrupted. Perhaps in a few more generations our techniques will be advanced enough to help him, to cure him." "He wasn't sick," I snarled. "He was remembering." "Remembering a world of chaos, of pain, of uncontrolled emotions that led to its own destruction," Aris countered, his gaze unwavering. "We are offering you a gift, a second chance, a life of purpose, of balance. You can help us build the new world, but first you must let go of the old one." "My world had love," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "It had art. It had Anna." For the first time, I saw a flicker of something in Aris's eyes. It wasn't pity. It was a deep, almost academic curiosity. "Anna," he mused. "The primary emotional trauma, the core of the corruption. Her file is fascinating. The depth of the codependent pathology is unlike anything we have on record." He gestured to the main screen. The vital signs were replaced by a photograph. It was a picture of me and Anna on a beach, laughing, the sun in our hair. The sight of it was a physical blow. "What you call love, we call a destabilizing fixation," Eris said. "It is the very thing we have worked for centuries to eliminate. The world outside is stable now, healed, but it is a delicate, fragile piece. We cannot risk contaminating it with the diseases of the past, with grief, with rage, with love." "I want to see it," I said, my voice a whisper. "I want to see the sky." He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Very well," he said. "You are resilient. Perhaps you are strong enough to see the truth and accept it. Perhaps then you will understand the kindness we are offering." He pressed a sequence of panels on his console. A section of the far wall began to retract, revealing a massive circular airlock door. "This is the main egress," Eris said. "It has not been opened in over 300 years. He led me towards it, my legs feeling like lead. I was about to see it, the broken sky, the world after the Great Silence. "What year is it, Eris?" I asked one last time. He paused, his hand on the final locking mechanism. "By your old calendar," he said, his voice devoid of all emotion. "The year is 2571, 445 years. The number was so vast, so meaningless, it didn't even register as a shock. It was just a sound. The great door hissed open. A strange, pale light, tinged with a faint violet hue, spilled into the room. A wind, cool and smelling of damp earth and strange alien blossoms, washed over me. I stepped forward, my heart pounding, and looked out upon the world of 2571. It wasn't a wasteland. It wasn't a desert. It was a garden, a strange, beautiful, and utterly alien garden. The sky wasn't broken. It was a soft, perpetual twilight of lavender and rose, a permanent global aurora caused by the altered composition of the atmosphere. The vegetation was lush and bizarre, forests of glowing phosphorescent fungi and trees with leaves of spun silver. In the distance, the ruins of an ancient city, my city, were almost completely consumed by this new, vibrant nature, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers draped in iridescent moss. And the people. There were people moving through the glowing forests. They were tall and slender, their skin almost translucent, their eyes large and dark. They were the cradle-born who had left generations ago to resettle the surface. They were beautiful, peaceful. They moved with a slow, graceful purpose, their faces calm and serene. They were the children of the Watchers, the end result of a program to engineer a new, balanced humanity. And I was a monster, a relic from the age of chaos, a carrier of the emotional plague. The hospital wasn't a prison to keep me in. It was a quarantine to protect them from me. Aris stood beside me. "This is what we have built," he said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound pride. "A world without pain, without grief, without the destructive passions that burned your world to the ground. You can be a part of this, Mark. All you have to do is let her go. Let Anna go." I looked out at the strange, beautiful, silent world. A world without pain, a world without Anna's laugh, a world where the memory of her was a disease. I thought of the logbook. Memory is not a sickness. It is the only thing that proves we were ever alive. I had turned to Eris. His face was a mask of calm expectation. He believed he had won. He believed that seeing this new, perfect world would make me surrender my broken, chaotic past. "No," I said, the word feeling like the first real thing I had said since I woke up. I didn't wait for his reaction. I turned and walked out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the strange violet twilight of the new earth. I was a ghost, a man out of time, a walking museum of dead emotions. I was utterly, completely alone. But for the first time since I had opened my eyes in that white room, I was free. I didn't know where I was going or what I would do. I only knew that I would not forget. I would carry the memory of Anna, of our world, into this silent, peaceful future. I would be the sickness. I would be the chaos. I would be the ghost that haunted their perfect, passionless garden. I would remember for them all. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless, gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple: a 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick, a high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the fourth night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds, until the door was opened by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the Viad from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the Viad along with me, went wild. You WTIF was that? Okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed. I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. If you're here, I'd whisper into the darkness, give me a sign, a real one. It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the Viad from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable, physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing, that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night, On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end the stream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text, thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "Get Out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, three-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me. And then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. You opened the door. Now let me in. The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against the wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary, which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped, but the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning. Slowly, silently, I am watching it happen. My own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. The house was a gift from a ghost. Not a literal one, of course, but the ghost of a life I was supposed to have lived. It had been bought by my husband, Michael, a man who had loved the solid, tangible things of the world, the heft of an old book, the grain of reclaimed timber, the satisfying click of a well-made lock. He had bought it 3 weeks before a slick of black ice on a mountain road had turned our shared future into a singular, desolate present. He had seen the house, an old, forgotten Victorian dowager on a cliff overlooking the sea, and had declared it the place where we would grow old, a beautiful, sprawling repository for our future memories. I, a forensic sketch artist, a man who made his living by giving faces to the faceless, was left to inherit a future I no longer had a partner for. My name is Elias Vance. For the first 6 months after the funeral, I couldn't bring myself to even visit the house. It sat empty, a monument to a future that had been canceled. But the lease on my city apartment was ending, and the thought of finding a new sterile space, a place untouched by Michael's memory, was somehow more painful than confronting the one he had chosen for us. So I packed my life into a series of sad brown cardboard boxes and moved to the ghost house. It was beautiful in a sad, neglected way. The salt-laced wind had scoured the paint from the cedar shingles, leaving the wood a soft, silvery gray. The rooms were large and airy, with high ceilings and tall, multi-paned windows that were perpetually fogged with a thin, greasy layer of sea mist. The house was a project, and I, a man with nothing but time and a grief so profound it felt like a full-time job, needed a project. The face appeared in the plaster. It was in the master bedroom, a vast, cold room on the second floor with a panoramic view of the churning gray Atlantic. A leak in the roof, probably decades old, had left a sprawling, complex water stain on the wall opposite the bed. It was a chaotic, organic map of brown and yellow continents on a sea of peeling, ecru-colored paint. And in the heart of that map, I began to see it. At first, it was just pareidolia, the mind's desperate innate need to find patterns in chaos. As a forensic artist, I was more susceptible to it than most. My brain was professionally trained to see the ghost of a face in the vaguest of shapes, to find a hint of a jawline in a shadow, the suggestion of an eye socket in a blur. I would lie in bed in the profound oceanic silence of the house, and I would watch the shifting light of the moon play across the stain, and I would see the face. It was a man's face, gaunt and long, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. It was a face from a forgotten photograph, a tintype ghost. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a symptom of a mind that was raw and tired and lonely. I decided to paint the room, to exorcise the stain and its phantom inhabitant with a clean, sterile coat of decorator's white. I spent a full day prepping the walls, scraping away the peeling paint, patching the cracks. The old plaster was a strange, fibrous, and almost organic thing, mixed with what looked like horsehair, a common building material from the era. As I worked, I felt a strange, almost imperceptible coolness emanating from the stained section of the wall, a pocket of cellar-cold air in the otherwise mild room. The next day, I applied the first coat of paint. The thick white primer covered the stain completely, leaving a blank, uniform, and blessedly featureless surface. I felt a sense of profound, almost cleansing relief. I had erased the ghost. I had imposed order on the chaos. That night, I slept more soundly than I had in months, but when I woke up in the gray pre-dawn light, I saw that the stain had returned. It had bled through the fresh, thick coat of primer, a faint, brownish watermark that was impossibly more detailed, more defined than before. And the face was no longer a vague suggestion. It was a portrait. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. The features were clear now. The long, straight nose, the thin, unsmiling lips, the hollows of the cheeks, and the eyes. The eyes were the most terrifying part. They were just two dark, almond-shaped smudges, but they were looking directly at me. They were not the blank, empty eyes of a painting. They were the focused, intelligent, and deeply, profoundly, anciently sad eyes of a conscious observer. My rational mind, a sputtering, dying engine, tried to offer up a scientific explanation, a chemical reaction. The specific mineral content of the water in the plaster reacting with the latex in the paint. It was a plausible, if unlikely, theory. But it did not explain the eyes. It did not explain the chilling and deeply personal feeling of being watched. I refused to be driven from my own bedroom. I was a man of science, of logic. I was a man who drew lines, who defined the world in shades of graphite and charcoal. This was just a problem of chemistry and perception. But the face continued to evolve. Each morning it was a little clearer, a little more detailed. The faint suggestion of an earlobe appeared. The subtle, incised line of a wrinkle at the corner of an eye. It was as if a photograph was slowly, agonizingly developing in the very substance of my wall. My professional curiosity, a thing I had thought long dead, began to stir, a morbid and perhaps self-destructive counterpoint to my growing terror. I began to sketch it. I would sit on a stool at the foot of my bed, my large leather-bound sketchbook in my lap, and I would draw the face in the wall. It was a strange and deeply unsettling reversal of my usual work. I was not drawing a face from the fragmented emotional memories of a traumatized victim. I was drawing a face that was itself a memory, trapped in the plaster of my home. The act of drawing it was an act of intimacy. I came to know its every contour, its every subtle, melancholic detail. It was a handsome face in a severe, old-world way, a face that had known suffering. As I drew, the cool spot on the wall seemed to grow, to push out into the room, a palpable, invisible column of frigid air. My nights became a ritual of surveillance. I would lie in bed, my eyes fixed on the face, which was now so clear it was like looking at a faded, sepia-toned photograph. And I began to notice a new and infinitely more terrifying phenomenon. It was changing, not its features, but its expression. One night, the thin, straight line of its lips seemed to curve just slightly at the corners into a faint and deeply unsettling smile. Another night, the dark, smudged eyes seemed to widen just for a fraction of a second, as if in surprise. I was not just observing a static image. I was interacting with a responsive and sentient entity. I had to know who he was. My investigation became an obsession, a frantic, desperate dive into the history of the house, of the land it was built on. I spent my days in the dusty, silent archives of the local historical society, a man haunted not just by a ghost, but by a need for a name. The house had been built in 1888 by a man named Dr. Alastair Finch. The name sent a jolt of recognition through me. Finch. There was a wing at the city's main teaching hospital named after him. He was a pioneering anatomist, a brilliant and notoriously reclusive figure from the city's early history. He had built the house as a private retreat, a place to conduct his research far from the prying eyes of the academic world. The records were sparse. He had lived in a house alone, save for a single, taciturn housekeeper. He had no wife, no children. He was known for his obsessive, and some said morbid, dedication to his work. And then, in the winter of 1903, he had simply vanished. The housekeeper had arrived one morning to find the house empty. The doors were locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. Dr. Finch's coat was on its hook, his half-finished breakfast on the table. He was just gone. The police had searched for months. They had dragged the sea. They had scoured the woods. They had found nothing. Alastair Finch had, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist. I found a single, grainy photograph of him in an old medical journal. I held the journal in my trembling hands, my breath catching in my throat. It was him. The same long, gaunt face, the same high cheekbones, the same deep-set, sad, and intelligent eyes. The face in my wall was the face of Dr. Alastair Finch, a man who had disappeared from this very house over a century ago. The rational scientific explanations were now a distant, laughable memory. I was living in a haunted house, but it was not a ghost in the traditional sense. It was not the spirit of a dead man. It was the spirit of a man who had never been found, a man who was perhaps not dead at all, a man who was somewhere else, somewhere inside my walls. My great-uncle Henry's journals from the previous story about the mirror came to mind, not ghosts, but echoes. My research into Dr. Finch led me down a darker, more esoteric path. He had not just been an anatomist. His later work, which had been dismissed by the medical community as the ravings of an eccentric, had been focused on what he called cellular memory. He believed that the human body was not just a machine of flesh and blood, but a vessel for a kind of energetic residue. He believed that a powerful, focused consciousness could, at the moment of extreme duress or concentration, leave an imprint of itself on its surrounding environment, an echo, a psychic photograph, and I found his formula. In a letter to a colleague, a letter in which he was clearly trying to secure funding for his increasingly strange research, he had described a new experimental plaster he had developed, a plaster that was not mixed with horsehair and sand, but with a fine, powdered, and deeply unsettling mixture of human bone ash and silver nitrate. He claimed it was the perfect medium, a kind of psychic film, capable of capturing the final, desperate, energetic imprint of a human soul. I felt a wave of nausea so profound I had to sit down. My walls were not just walls. They were a tomb, a recording medium. And the face of Dr. Finch was not a stain. It was a photograph, taken from the inside. He had not vanished. He had imprinted himself. He had become a part of the house. The phenomena began to escalate, to bleed out from the wall and into the room itself. I would hear a soft, dry, whispering sound at night, like the sound of a page being turned in an old, brittle book. I would wake up to find the objects on my bedside table rearranged, my sketchbook moved to the other side of the room. One morning, I found a single, perfect, and deeply disturbing handprint in the thick layer of dust on the floorboards in front of the wall. It was a long, slender hand, the hand of an academic, a surgeon, and it was as if someone had pressed their hand to the floor from the inside of the wall and the dust had settled around it. He was no longer just watching me, he was trying to reach me. And then the face began to change in a new and far more terrifying way. It began to look like me. It was a slow, subtle, and horrifying transformation. The line of the jaw would soften just slightly to match my own. The shape of the eyes would change, becoming a little wider, a little less deep-set. The thin, straight lips would become a little fuller. It was as if he was studying me, my own face, my own features, and he was incorporating them. He was using my own reflection, my own presence as a model, a template. He was overriding his own faded image with my fresh, living one. I was no longer just an observer of this phenomenon. I was a participant. I was the source material. He was not just a ghost in my house. He was a parasite, and he was feeding on my own identity. I had to get out. The thought was a primal, screaming imperative. I packed a bag, my hands shaking, my eyes darting nervously towards the wall, where the face, now a grotesque, androgynous fusion of my own features and his, watched me with a calm and deeply unsettling curiosity. I went to the front door, my hand on the knob, and the door would not open. The old, heavy and well-made lock was frozen solid. I tried the back door. The same. The windows, the old sash-cord windows that had been painted shut for decades, were now as solid and immovable as the stone foundation of the house itself. I was trapped. The house, his body, would not let me leave. I was a prisoner in a house that was actively and intelligently trying to consume me. My last desperate hope was my sister, Sarah. She was a journalist, a hard-headed, cynical, and deeply practical woman who had always viewed my artistic temperament with a kind of affectionate pity. She was the only person I had told about the house, and she had, of course, assumed my strange behavior was just an eccentric and slightly morbid manifestation of my grief. She had promised to drive up from the city at the end of the week to check on me. I had my phone. I had a signal. I called her. My voice was a frantic, terrified mess. I told her I was trapped. I told her the house wouldn't let me out. She was silent on the other end of the line for a long moment. I could hear the deep, weary sigh of a woman who was convinced her brother had finally and completely lost his mind. "Okay, Elias," she said, her voice the calm, placating tone one uses with a frightened child or a lunatic. "Okay, I'm on my way. I'll leave right now. It will take me about 3 hours. Just just try to stay calm. Can you do that for me?" 3 hours. It felt like a lifetime. I spent those 3 hours in a state of high alert, paranoid terror. I barricaded myself in the living room, as far away from the bedroom, from the wall, as I could get. The whispering was louder now, a constant, sibilant, and almost conversational murmur that was coming from all the walls at once. And in the whispering, I could hear my own name, Elias. And then the wall in the living room, the one that faced the sea, the one where Michael and I had planned to hang his favorite oversized abstract painting, began to change. The plaster began to ripple, to soften, as if it were turning from a solid to a liquid. And a new face began to emerge, a face I knew as well as my own, the face of my dead husband, Michael. It was a perfect, heartbreakingly perfect rendition of him. But his eyes were wrong. They were the same, dark, sad, and intelligent eyes as the face in the bedroom wall. It was him. It was Finch. And he was wearing Michael's face like a mask. "Don't you miss him, Elias?" the wall seemed to whisper, the voice a grotesque and deeply insulting imitation of Michael's own deep and gentle baritone. "It's so lonely here. We could be together, all three of us." The monster was not just trying to steal my face, it was trying to steal my grief. It was using my own most profound and deeply personal pain as a weapon against me. It was the ultimate violation. I screamed, a raw, ragged, and utterly hopeless sound of pure animal rage and despair. I picked up a heavy iron fire poker and I swung it at the wall, at the perfect, beautiful, and monstrous face of my dead husband. The poker hit the wall with a dull, wet, and sickening thud, as if I had struck a side of beef. The plaster did not crack. It bruised. A dark, ugly, purplish mark appeared, and the face of Michael contorted, not in pain, but in a slow and deeply, deeply satisfied smile. It was feeding on it. My rage, my despair, my violent and desperate and futile and grief-stricken and love-filled action, they were its food. My emotional energy was the very thing that was allowing it to break through, to become more real, more solid. I dropped the poker, my body going limp with the sudden, horrifying realization I could not fight it. Fighting it only made it stronger. I was in a cage with a monster, and the monster was feeding on my own desperate attempts to escape. I heard the sound of a car on the gravel driveway. Sarah, she was here. I ran to the window. Her small, sensible sedan was parked outside. She was getting out, her face a mask of worried determination. I banged on the window, but the sound was a dull, muted thud. The house was soundproofed from the inside now, too. She couldn't hear me. She went to the front door and knocked. I heard the sound, faint and distant. She tried the knob. It was locked. She called my name. I screamed it back. But my voice was a dead, flat thing in the silent, waiting air of the house. And then I saw it. The plaster on the wall by the front door, the wall right next to where she was standing, began to ripple. A new face was beginning to form. A woman's face. Her face. It was going to take her, too. It was going to surround me with the faces of everyone I had ever loved. A living, breathing, and eternal mausoleum of my own personal history. I was not just going to be its prisoner. I was going to be the curator of my own private hell. In that moment of absolute and final despair, a strange, cold clarity washed over me. I thought of my work, of the faces I drew. I was a man who brought form to the formless, who created order from the chaos of memory. And this house, this entity, was doing the same thing. It was an artist, a monstrous and deeply and profoundly lonely artist, and its medium was me. I could not fight it. I could not run from it. So I had to do the one thing it would not expect. I had to create a piece of art that it could not comprehend. I had to create a new face. I ran back to my studio, the one room in a house that had, so far, remained untouched. I grabbed my sketchbook, my charcoal, my graphite. I sat on the floor, in the center of the living room, my back to the monstrous emerging face of my sister, and I began to draw. I did not draw a face of sadness or of fear or of rage. I did not draw a face from my past. I drew a face from a future that I was now, in this last desperate act, trying to create. I drew a face of pure, unadulterated, and utterly irrational joy. I drew a man laughing, his head thrown back, his eyes crinkling at the corners, his mouth open in a wide, beautiful, and unrestrained shout of pure, unbridled happiness. I poured every last remaining ounce of my own depleted life force, of my own desperate hope for a future that was not this, into the drawing. I drew a face that had no place in this house of sorrow. I drew a face that was a lie, a beautiful, powerful, and defiant lie. The whispering in the walls faltered. The rippling of the plaster on the wall behind me slowed and then stopped. The house, the entity, was confused. This was an emotion it did not understand. Joy was a language it did not speak. My grief, my fear, my rage, that was its food, its building material. This was poison. I kept drawing, my hands a frantic, desperate blur. I was not just drawing a picture. I was performing an exorcism. I was fighting a monster not with iron and salt, but with charcoal and hope. The face of Michael on the far wall began to fade, to recede back into the plaster, its perfect, sad features contorting in a look of profound and deep and utter confusion. The house began to groan, a low, structural, and deeply wounded sound. The cold in the air began to recede. I finished the drawing. I held it up. It was the best thing I had ever created. It was a face of pure, impossible, and defiant life. And I taped it to the wall, directly over the spot where the face of my sister had begun to form. "This is my house now," I whispered, my voice a raw and shaky and finally, blessedly, hopeful thing. "And this is the only face you're allowed to have." The house let out a long, shuddering, and deeply mournful sigh, a sound that was not of a monster, but of a lonely and finally defeated thing. And then it was silent. The lock on the front door clicked open. I stumbled to the door and threw it open. Sarah was there, her hand raised to knock again, her face pale with worry. She looked at me, at the wild and ragged and charcoal-smeared and finally, truly and deeply and beautifully alive man that I had become. "Elias," she whispered, "are you okay?" I looked at her, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I smiled. A real smile, a true smile, a smile that was not a memory or a ghost or a lie. It was just a smile. "Yeah," I said, my voice a quiet and steady and finally peaceful thing. "Yeah, I think I am." My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, The world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic, buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath, how I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions. I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that? I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father, my cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. My father? I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel, a story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor, a story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the echo-inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back. She described an experiment that had gone terribly cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. He was terrified, she said, her voice trembling slightly. He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine. I stared at her, my own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield, a desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found, listening in the dark. And you? I asked. Why are you telling me this now? Because your father is gone, she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper, it has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name. The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. And you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry." My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. "It wants what all predators want," she said, her face grim. "It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him, you are, to it, a banquet." The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. And now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words, words from my own private and internal lexicon, the pet name my ex-wife used to call me, the title of the obscure philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand under a sky with 2 crimson suns, the memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers, the memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open." Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a 2-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the equinox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died. A universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone. And it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. A part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening. My security camera caught me leaving the house, but I was asleep. The camera was for peace of mind, or so I told myself. In reality, it was a monument to anxiety, a sleek, white plastic obelisk mounted above my front door. Its single, unblinking black eye a silent testament to my inability to trust the world. My name is David, and I'm a high school history teacher, a man whose professional life is a careful, chronological ordering of past events. My personal life, however, had recently become a chaotic, untethered mess. My wife, Jessica, had left 3 months ago. The split was amicable, a polite, heartbreaking erosion rather than a sudden, violent break. But her absence had left a void in our suburban 2-story home, a silence that felt less like peace and more like a vacuum. The security camera, with its motion alerts and its 24/7 cloud recording, was my pathetic attempt to fill that silence with data, to replace the comforting presence of another person with the cold digital certainty of surveillance. For the first few weeks, the camera was a source of mundane, almost comical reassurance. It captured the mailman's daily sighing approach, a stray cat's nightly prowl across the porch, and a group of teenagers who, in a stunning act of suburban rebellion, had stolen a decorative garden gnome from my prize-winning petunias. It was boring, and that's what I wanted. It was proof that the world outside my door was predictable, manageable. The first impossible event occurred on a Wednesday. I had been up late, grading a mountain of painfully uninspired essays on the socio-economic causes of the French Revolution, and had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. I woke up the next morning feeling groggy, a familiar low-grade exhaustion that had become my constant companion. I was making coffee when my phone buzzed with a notification from the Secure Home app. Motion detected at front door, 3:17 a.m. I frowned. It was probably a raccoon or the wind rattling the hanging fern. I tapped on the notification, my thumb hovering over the delete button. The app loaded the recorded clip. The timestamp in the corner read 3:17:22 a.m. The night vision was crisp and clear, bathing my front porch in an eerie monochromatic glow. And then I saw it. The front door opened. A figure stepped out. The figure was me. I stared at the phone, my heart giving a single, hard, painful thump against my ribs. It was undeniably me. I was wearing the gray sweatpants and the old faded T-shirt I had worn to bed. My hair was a mess. My face, caught in the ghostly infrared light, was slack, my eyes half closed, as if I were in a trance. The figure of me pulled the door shut behind it, the click of the latch unnervingly loud in the silent clip. It walked down the porch steps, turned right, and disappeared out of the camera's frame, heading down the street into the darkness. My first thought was that I had been sleepwalking. It was the only logical, rational explanation. I had never sleepwalked before in my life, but stress, grief, they could trigger strange, new behaviors. It was unsettling, but it was explainable. I scrubbed through the rest of the night's recordings. At 4:54 a.m., another motion alert, another clip. It was me again, walking back into the frame, up the steps, and letting myself back into the house, locking the door behind me. I had been gone for nearly an hour and a half. A cold, creeping unease began to settle in my stomach. Where had I gone? What had I done? I went to the front door and checked the lock. It was secure. I checked my keys. They were on the hook by the door where I always left them. My wallet and phone were on my nightstand. I checked my shoes. They were in the closet, dry and clean. The streets had been wet from a late-night shower. If I had been walking for over an hour, my bare feet would be... I lifted my right foot and looked at the sole. It was pink and clean, as if I had just stepped out of the shower. Not a speck of dirt, not a single blade of grass. The sleepwalking theory, which had been a flimsy shield to begin with, began to crack. That day at school, I was a ghost. I moved through the hallways, my mind a million miles away, replaying the silent black and white movie of my nocturnal excursion. My students, a tribe of perpetually bored teenagers, didn't seem to notice my distracted state. Their apathy was a small, welcome mercy. That night, I took precautions. I wedged a heavy rubber doorstop under my bedroom door. I even, feeling slightly ridiculous, tied a small brass bell to the doorknob. If I was going to go for a walk, I was going to wake myself up doing it. I went to sleep feeling a little more in control, a little more sane. The next morning, I woke up to silence. The bell was undisturbed. The doorstop was firmly in place. I felt a surge of relief. It had been a one-time stress-induced anomaly. I was fine. Then I checked the app. Motion detected the front door, 2:48 a.m. My blood ran cold. I opened the clip, my hand trembling. The front door opened. The figure of me stepped out. It was wearing the same clothes. It had the same blank, somnambulistic expression. It closed the door and walked off into the night. An hour later, at 4:02 a.m., it returned. I flew out of my bed, my heart pounding. The bell on my bedroom door was silent, the doorstop untouched. He hadn't come from my room. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was wading through molasses, I went downstairs. The house was quiet, still. The front door was locked. I began to search. I didn't know what for. A sign, an explanation. In the living room, on the plush beige carpet in front of the cold, dark fireplace, I found it. A single, muddy footprint. It was a man's footprint, about my size, but it was not from a bare foot. It was from a heavy work boot. I didn't own any work boots. The thing that was leaving my house at night, the thing that looked exactly like me, was not me. My life split into two distinct, terrifying realities. There was the daytime David, the history teacher, the grieving, lonely man who was trying to hold the fragile pieces of his life together. And there was the nighttime David, a silent, nocturnal creature who had somehow stolen my face and was using my home as a base of operations. My anxiety, which had been a low, persistent hum, became a screaming, high-pitched siren in my mind. I became an obsessive detective, my own home, the scene of an impossible crime. I set up more cameras, one in the living room, facing the front door, one in the hallway at the top of the stairs. I needed to know where he was coming from, where he was hiding. The next night, I pretended to go to bed, but instead, I sat in the darkness of my room, the door cracked open, my phone in my hand, watching the live feeds from the new cameras. For hours, there was nothing but the silent, empty, monochromatic landscape of my own home. I was starting to drift off, my head lolling against the wall, when the camera in the living room registered movement. I sat bolt upright, my eyes glued to the screen. It wasn't coming from upstairs. It wasn't coming from the basement. It was coming from inside the living room, from the wall behind the sofa. I watched, my breath held tight in my chest as a section of the wall seemed to ripple, to shimmer like a heat haze on a summer road. And then he stepped out of it. He stepped directly out of the solid plaster wall as if he were walking through a curtain. It was me, but it wasn't me. His movements were different, fluid, economical, precise. He walked to the front door, unlocked it, and stepped out onto the porch, right into the view of the original camera. He was gone. I stared at the phone, my mind completely, utterly broken. I was not being haunted by a ghost. I was not being stalked by a doppelganger. I was sharing my house with a creature that could walk through walls, a creature that had chosen for some unknown, malevolent reason to wear my face. My investigation became more frantic, more desperate. I needed to know what was on the other side of that wall. It was the main wall of the living room, the one that backed onto the garage. The garage was my space, my workshop, filled with woodworking tools and half-finished projects that I hadn't had the heart to touch since Jessica had left. The next day, I went into the garage. The wall was solid, covered in pegboard where I hung my tools. There was no shimmering, no ripple, just solid, dependable wood and plaster. I took a hammer, and with a trembling hand, I knocked a hole in the plaster. I tore away the drywall with my bare hands, my fingers raw and bleeding, and I found nothing. Just the wooden studs of the frame, the pink fiberglass insulation, the electrical wiring. There was no portal. There was no door. I was being gaslit by my own house. The creature I had started calling it the other was becoming bolder. It was no longer just leaving the house. It was interacting with it. One night, I watched on the camera as it came back inside, not at 4 a.m., but at midnight. It walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It stood there for a long moment, bathed in the cold, white light, and then it began to eat. It took out a carton of milk and drank directly from it. It took a raw, packaged steak and tore it open with its teeth, devouring it, uncooked. Its movements were feral, animalistic. It was not me. I was a vegetarian. The fear was beginning to paralyze me. I was a prisoner in my own home, a zookeeper for a monster that looked like me. I was terrified to go to sleep, but I was also terrified of what I would see if I stayed awake. I was losing my grip. I called in sick to work. I stopped answering my phone. The outside world, with its neat, historical timelines, felt a million miles away. I knew I needed help, but who could I go to? The police? Officer, there's a man who looks just like me who comes out of my wall and eats my raw meat. They would have me in a padded room before I could finish the sentence. My one desperate hope was my brother-in-law, Mark. He was Jessica's older brother, a skeptical, pragmatic, no-nonsense electrical engineer. He was a kind of man who believed that every problem had a logical, solvable solution. I hadn't spoken to him since the split, but I was desperate. I called him. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid mess. I didn't tell him the whole truth. I couldn't. I just told him that I thought someone was breaking into my house, that my security system had caught some strange things, and that I was scared. I asked him if he could come over, if he could just be there. He was hesitant, but the raw, naked terror in my voice must have cut through his skepticism. He agreed to come that evening. His arrival was a brief, welcome injection of normalcy into my surreal nightmare. He walked through the house, checking the locks, the windows. He was a calming physical presence in a house that had become a landscape of psychological horror. Dave, everything seems secure, he said, his brow furrowed with a mixture of concern and confusion. What exactly did you see on the camera? I couldn't bring myself to show him the footage of the other. He would think I had faked it. He would think I had finally lost my mind over Jessica. Instead, I showed him a clip of a shadow moving in a way it shouldn't, a flicker of movement that was probably just a moth, but that I presented as something sinister. He was unconvinced, but he was a good man. He saw that I was genuinely terrified, and he agreed to stay the night on the sofa. We sat in the living room, the television on but the volume low, a flimsy shield against the oppressive silence. I had my phone in my hand, the live feed from the living room camera open. The wall behind the sofa, the wall that was the source of all my terror, was just a wall. At around 2 a.m., Mark had fallen asleep, his soft snores a comforting human sound. I was still wide awake, my eyes burning from exhaustion, my body thrumming with a mixture of fear and a strange, desperate hope that the other would not appear, that its presence was somehow tied only to my own. And then I saw it, on my phone screen, the ripple. It was beginning. The wall behind the sofa, just a few feet from where Mark was sleeping, was shimmering. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to scream, to wake him up, but I was paralyzed. The other stepped through. He was as silent as a ghost. It stood there for a long moment, its blank, empty face turned towards the sleeping form of my brother-in-law, and then it did something that shattered the last remaining vestiges of my understanding of the situation. It raised a hand and pointed at Mark, and its face, it changed. For a fraction of a second, the blank, slack features contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. A deep, guttural sound, like a snarling animal, emanated from it, not into the room, but into my mind. I didn't hear it with my ears. I felt it in my skull. It was a wave of pure, concentrated malevolence, and it was directed at Mark. The other took a step towards the sofa. I finally broke free from my paralysis. I let out a strangled cry and threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall with a clatter. Mark jolted awake, his eyes wide and disoriented. "What the hell, Dave?" The living room was empty. The wall was solid. The other was gone. I couldn't explain. I just babbled about a nightmare, a loud noise outside. He looked at me, his face a mask of deep, troubled concern. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a complete and total breakdown. He left the next morning, promising to call Jessica, promising to get me help. I had sought an ally, and I had only succeeded in confirming to the world that I was insane. But the incident had given me a new, terrifying piece of the puzzle. The other's rage had not been directed at me. It had been directed at Mark. Why? What was the connection? I spent the next 48 hours in a frantic, obsessive fugue state, tearing my house apart. I was no longer looking for a portal. I was looking for a reason. I emptied closets, I pulled up carpets, I tore through the boxes of old things that Jessica and I had stored in the attic. And in the bottom of a box of her old college textbooks, I found it. A small forgotten photo album. The pictures were from a period of her life she rarely spoke of. The year she had taken off before we met. A year she had spent traveling and finding herself. I flipped through the photos. Jessica with a backpack in front of a temple in Thailand. Jessica on a beach in Mexico. And then a photo that made the air leave my lungs in a painful rush. It was Jessica, standing with a young man, their arms around each other, a backdrop of snowy mountains behind them. The man was handsome, with dark hair and intense, brooding eyes. But it was the face. The face was almost identical to my own. We could have been brothers, cousins at the very least. The resemblance was uncanny, chilling. Beneath the photo, in Jessica's familiar looping script, was a single word: Liam. My hands were trembling. I had never heard the name before. I had never seen this man. But I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a gravestone, that this was him. This was the original. And I was the echo. I called her. I hadn't spoken to her in months, not really. She answered on the second ring, her voice wary, laced with the concern Mark had undoubtedly poured into her ear. "Jess," I said, my voice a ragged whisper, "I need you to tell me about Liam." The silence on the other end of the line was a solid, physical thing. I could feel her shock, her pain, radiating through the phone. How do you know that name?" she finally asked, her voice trembling. And she told me. A story of a whirlwind romance, of a passionate, all-consuming love affair with a charismatic but deeply troubled man she had met while traveling. A man who looked, by some bizarre cosmic coincidence, almost exactly like me. A man who had been a rock climber. My blood ran cold. She told me about their last climb together in the mountains of Patagonia, about a sudden violent storm, about a fall. Liam had been tied to her. He had been above her. He had fallen, and his weight had pulled her from her own hold. He had been dangling, unconscious, and she had been holding them both, her fingers screaming, her strength failing. To save herself, she had cut the rope. She had never told anyone. She had been rescued, suffering from exposure and hypothermia, and had told the authorities that the fall had severed the rope. It was a secret she had carried, a guilt that had haunted her for years. A guilt that had, I now realized, been the silent, cancerous thing at the heart of our own marriage. The reason she had never been able to fully let me in, the reason she had always looked at me with a faint, almost imperceptible shadow of sadness in her eyes. Every time she looked at me, she saw him. And Liam had not rested in peace. His ghost, his rage, his profound sense of betrayal had not stayed in the mountains of Patagonia. It had followed the one person it was still connected to. It had followed Jessica. It had followed her to our home, and it had found a vessel. Me, a man who looked like him, who slept in his bed, who lived the life he had been denied. The other was not a doppelganger. It was a ghost, a tormented, vengeful ghost that had, through some supernatural psychological alchemy, imprinted itself upon me. It was wearing my face, but the rage, the hunger, the methodical, silent comings and goings, they were his. He was coming out of the walls of the home he believed was his, a home he had been cheated out of. And his rage at Mark, it was the rage of a man for the brother of the woman who had let him fall. I understood then. I was not the one being haunted. I was the one doing the haunting. My body was the house, and the ghost of Liam was the unwelcome tenant. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that he was not going to leave until he had what he wanted. He wanted revenge. He wanted Jessica. I told her to run, to pack a bag and leave her apartment, to go somewhere I couldn't find her, somewhere he couldn't find her through me. She thought I was having a psychotic break, that my grief and her confession had shattered my mind. But the raw, primal terror in my voice convinced her. And then I waited. I was the bait. This was my house, my body, and I was not going to let him have it any more. I set up the cameras again, all of them focused on the living room wall. I sat in a chair directly opposite, a single, heavy iron fire poker in my lap. I was not going to sleep. I was going to wait for him to come out. And this time, I was going to be ready. He came, as always, in the dead of night. The wall rippled. He stepped through. He looked at me sitting in the chair, and for the first time, his blank face showed an emotion. Surprise. He had not expected me to be waiting. He had not expected me to be armed. "She is gone," he said in my mind, his voice a snarl of pure frustration. "Where is she?" "She is not for you," I said, my own voice a low, trembling thing. "This life is not for you. This body is not for you. You are a memory, a ghost, and it's time for you to leave." He laughed, a dry, rasping sound that was full of a cold, ancient hatred. "You are me," he sneered, "a weaker, pathetic version. You live in my house. You sleep with my woman. You are just the shadow I cast." He lunged at me. He was impossibly fast. I swung the fire poker, but it passed right through his shimmering, insubstantial form. He was inside my head, a crushing, psychic pressure, a wave of pure, concentrated rage and pain. I saw the fall. I felt the rope go taut. I felt the cold, sharp shock of the blade severing the line. I felt the long, terrifying fall into the abyss. He was trying to overwrite me with his own death, to drown me in his own trauma. But I was not him. My own grief, my own pain, was my shield. I thought of Jessica, not as the woman he had lost, but as the woman I had found, the woman I had loved, the woman I had failed in my own different way. I thought of my own quiet, ordered life, the life he had so viciously invaded. "No," I gasped, my vision tunneling, the room dissolving into a swirl of his angry, chaotic memories. "I am not you." I did the only thing I could. I dropped the poker. I stopped fighting him on his terms. I stopped trying to be a warrior. I was a history teacher, and I knew that the only way to truly defeat a ghost is to understand its story, and then to let it go. I didn't push back against his memories. I accepted them. I let his pain, his rage, his betrayal wash over me. And in the heart of that storm, I found the one small human thing that was left of him, his love for her, a love that had been twisted into a monstrous, possessive obsession, but a love nonetheless. "She is not here because she is safe," I projected into his mind, my thoughts a calm, quiet counterpoint to his screaming rage. "And she is safe because I love her, and because I love her, I can let her go." It was the one thing he could not understand, the one thing his possessive, all-consuming ghost was incapable of. Forgiveness, acceptance, the quiet, heartbreaking, and ultimately liberating act of letting someone go. The pressure in my head lessened. The ghost of Liam recoiled as if burned. My acceptance, my surrender, was a language he did not speak. It was a rejection not of him, but of the rage that had defined him. It had taken away his power. He flickered, his form wavering, becoming more translucent. He looked at me one last time, his face a mask of confusion, of a pain that was no longer angry, but just sad. And then he was gone. The ripple in the wall faded. He was not defeated. He was just released. The house was quiet, but it was a different quiet, a clean quiet. The vacuum had been filled. The haunting was over. I sold the house. I couldn't stay there. It held too many ghosts, both his and my own. I moved to a small, anonymous apartment in a different city. I don't have a security camera anymore. I am learning to live with the quiet, to trust the silence. Jessica and I are talking. It's slow and it's painful. There are too many ghosts between us. I don't know if we can ever rebuild what we had, but we are trying. We are two survivors of a haunting, each in our own way. Sometimes, late at night, when I catch my own reflection in a dark window, I see a flicker of him in my eyes, a shadow of the man I might have been, the man she had loved first. He is a part of my history now, a dark, complicated chapter. He was a man who fell from a great height and who tried to pull the whole world down with him. But I cut the rope. I let him fall. And in doing so, I finally learned how to stand on my own. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single, unbroken reservation. Who was J. Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, two quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The "Do Not Disturb" sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard yellow curtains always drawn, but the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night, the kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb, and maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular and deeply unsettling mystery, and for 6 years I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died. A heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, a brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city, inherited the motel, and her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of J. Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book, and sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you Jay Corbin?" He smiled a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on the table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. "What is this?" "I'm a clerk, Arthur," Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. "Just like you. A manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel." He gestured around the room. "This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on." I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "You're not supposed to," he said, his voice gentle. "Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins." My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who helps the lost find their way," he said. "The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk." I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out, the small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. "And what do you do with them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I check them in," he said. I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin. He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant. I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway, and my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. "But why me?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you opened the door," he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. "And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended." The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel." "You were a clerk at a motel," he corrected gently. "But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now." He stood up, his movements slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. "Your training was supposed to be gradual," he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. "Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job." He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities. I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map, a quiet, clean, and peaceful room, a place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in, 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest, and I am the one who leaves the light on. The new medication stops my nightmares. Now, something wants me asleep forever. I haven't slept in 72 hours. I'm currently sitting in my bathtub, wearing all of my clothes with the cold water running over my legs. I have a safety pin jammed into the web of skin between my thumb and index finger. Every time my eyelids droop, every time the gray fog starts to roll in at the edges of my vision, I twist the pin. The pain is the only thing keeping me here. The pain is the only anchor I have left. If you're listening to this, if you're one of the people who saw my initial vlog about the clinical trial, consider this a retraction, a warning. Do not take the pills. Do not go to the Somnus Institute. If you have the bottle with the blue label and the white child-proof cap, flush it. Flush it right now. My name is Julian, and I was, a chronic parasomniac. That's the polite medical term. The reality is that for the last 10 years, sleep has been a torture chamber. I didn't just have bad dreams. I had night terrors that were so visceral, so physically demanding, that I would wake up with scratches on my face and blood in my mouth. I dreamt of drowning in oil. I dreamt of being dissected by faceless surgeons while paralyzed. I tried everything. Melatonin, valerian root, prescription Ambien therapy, hypnosis. Nothing worked. The Ambien just made me forget the screaming, but my neighbors didn't forget. I was on the verge of eviction and losing my job as a data entry clerk because I couldn't focus on the screen without hallucinating spiders. Then I found the ad. It was a targeted ad on social media, one of those things that pops up after you've spent till 4 a.m. Googling how to surgically remove the sleep center of the brain. It said, the Somnus Institute, Phase 3, Clinical Trial, Eliminate REM Cycles, Sleep in Silence. It sounded too good to be true. Eliminate REM? That's where the dreams live. If you cut out the rapid eye movement, you cut out the monsters. I went in for the screening on a rainy Tuesday. The facility was in a brutalist concrete building downtown, the kind of place that looks like a bunker. The interior was sterile white. It smelled of antiseptic and lavender, a thick, cloying lavender scent that stuck to the back of your throat. Dr. Eris Thorne was the lead researcher. He was a man who looked like he hadn't blinked in a decade. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his movements were slow, deliberate, like he was underwater. The drug is called Morphinex, he told me, sliding a waiver across the metal desk. It doesn't just suppress brain activity, Julian. It redirects it. It creates a chemical barrier between your consciousness and the subthalamic triggers of fear. It puts you in a state of suspended animation. No dreams, no movement, just void. Void sounds nice, I said. I signed the paper without reading the fine print. I would have signed a contract for my soul if it meant 8 hours of peace. He gave me a bottle, 30 pills, oval-shaped, Vanta Black. They absorbed the light. Take 30 minutes before bed, Thorne said. Ensure you are in a safe, locked environment. The sedation is absolute. That night, I took the first pill. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. I expected to feel drowsy. I expected that warm, fuzzy feeling you get from whiskey or Benadryl. That didn't happen. Instead, at exactly the 30-minute mark, the world just turned off. There was no transition, no drifting off. It was like someone pulled the power cord on reality. 1 second, I was looking at the fan. The next second, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no body. I wasn't floating. I wasn't existing. I was simply erased. Then, snap. My eyes flew open. Sunlight was streaming through the window. The birds were singing. I looked at the clock. 9 a.m. I had slept for 10 straight hours. I sat up. I felt incredible. My mind was sharp. My body felt light, energized. No grogginess, no lingering fear. I checked my sheets. No sweat, no tears. I checked my mouth. No blood. I cried. I actually sat there and wept tears of joy. It was a miracle. For the first week, life was perfect. I was crushing it at work. I cleaned my apartment. I started jogging. Every night, I took the black pill, ceased to exist for 10 hours, and woke up reborn. The first sign that something was wrong happened on day 8. I woke up, but I didn't open my eyes immediately. I was lingering in that warm, comfortable state between sleep and wakefulness. I felt a weight on the bed. It wasn't heavy. It was a subtle depression in the mattress, right beside my hip, like someone was sitting there watching me. I snapped my eyes open. The room was empty. The depression in the mattress slowly rose back up as I watched. I dismissed it. Hypnopompic hallucination, a residual trick of the brain. I got up, made coffee, and went to work. But that night, I hesitated before taking the pill, just for a second. The memory of that weight on the bed gave me a shiver. But the fear of the old nightmares was stronger. I swallowed the pill. Click. Darkness. I woke up the next morning on the floor. I was lying on the hardwood 3 feet from my bed. I was curled in a fetal position, shivering. My bedroom window was wide open. It had been 40 degrees last night. I scrambled up, shutting the window. I checked my body. My feet were dirty, not dusty from the apartment floor, dirty. There was mud caked under my toenails. Soil. I live on the 4th floor. I called Dr. Thorne. The receptionist told me he was unavailable, but that parasomniac ambulation was a rare but known side effect. She told me to lock my bedroom door and hide the key if I was worried. "It's working though, right?" she asked. "No nightmares?" "No nightmares," I agreed. "Just blankness." "Then continue the dosage." I did. I was an addict to the silence. Night 12. The turning point. I took the pill. The darkness took me. But this time, the darkness wasn't empty. Usually, the sleep was instantaneous. But this time, I felt a sensation of time passing. I was in the void, unable to see, unable to move, but I was conscious. I was floating in a thick, viscous fluid. It felt like warm oil. It was filling my ears, my nose, and I heard something. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a vibration against my skin, a low, thrumming frequency that rattled my bones. "Do not wake up." The voice was everywhere. It sounded like tectonic plates grinding together. "Stay. Beneath." I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to thrash, but I had no limbs. I was just a spark of consciousness trapped in amber. Then I felt a hand, a massive hand, larger than my entire body, closed around me. The fingers were soft, gelatinous, but strong. It squeezed me gently. It wasn't trying to crush me. It was cradling me. "You are safe here." I fought it. I willed myself to wake up. I focused everything I had on the concept of eyes open. I woke up screaming. I was in my bed. My sheets were soaked, not with sweat, but with a thick, clear slime that smelled of salt water and lavender. I sat up, hyperventilating. I looked at the clock. It was 4 p.m. I had been asleep for 18 hours. My phone had 40 missed calls from work. I had missed my shift. I had missed the entire day. I ran to the bathroom to wash the slime off. As I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, I saw the bruise. It wrapped around my torso. 4 distinct, long finger marks. And a thumb. But the bruise was massive. If the hand was real, the owner would have been 20 feet tall. I flushed the rest of the pills. I was done. I didn't care about the nightmares. I'd take the demons over the giant in the void. That was 3 days ago. Here's the problem. Morphinex doesn't leave your system. The first night without the pill, I sat on my couch, drinking Red Bull, watching TV. I was determined to pull an all-nighter to reset my cycle. Around 3 a.m., the lights in my apartment dimmed. Not a power surge. They didn't flicker. They just got heavy. The light itself seemed to become solid, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The air in the room grew thick. It became hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been replaced with syrup. I stood up, dizzy. My limbs felt like lead. Gravity. The gravity in the room shifted. It wasn't pulling me down to the floor anymore. It was pulling me toward the bedroom. I grabbed the door frame of the kitchen. My fingers slipped. I was being dragged, my feet sliding across the linoleum toward the dark open maw of my bedroom door. "No!" I shouted, but my voice was muffled like I was shouting underwater. I looked into the bedroom. The bed was there, but it wasn't a bed anymore. The mattress had split open. In the center, where the sheets should be, was a hole. A black, swirling vortex of that same oily liquid I had felt in the dream. And rising out of the hole were arms, dozens of them, long, gray, translucent arms. They were waving gently like sea anemones. They were reaching for me. "Come back." The voice vibrated through the floorboards. "The waking hurts. We heal. You." I grabbed a steak knife from the counter. I stabbed it into the doorframe to anchor myself. The pull was immense. It felt like a vacuum seal trying to suck me in. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The arms in the bedroom stretched. They elongated, crossing the distance of the living room in seconds. They were wet. They dripped that lavender-smelling slime. One of them wrapped around my ankle. It didn't feel like a monster. It didn't feel violent. It felt loving. It felt like a mother picking up a child. It was warm. It was comforting. And that was the most terrifying part. A wave of euphoria hit me. My eyelids fluttered. I felt an overwhelming desire to just let go, to let it drag me into the mattress, to sink into the oil and sleep for 1,000 years. Just sleep. "Julian." I stabbed the arm with the steak knife. It didn't bleed blood. It hissed, releasing a jet of black steam. The grip loosened. I scrambled back, kicking at the thing. I ran out the front door into the hallway of the apartment building. The hallway was normal. The gravity was normal. I haven't gone back inside. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't tell them the truth. They put me in the psych ward, and in the psych ward, they sedate you. If they sedate me, I'm gone. I know that with absolute certainty. If I fall asleep again, I am never waking up. The thing has tasted me now. It has a grip on my mind. I broke into the Somnus Institute last night. I needed answers. I needed an antidote. The building was abandoned. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust everywhere. Paper scattered. I found Dr. Thorne's office. I found his file on the Morphinex trial. It wasn't a drug trial. I found a journal on his desk. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. Subject 14 has successfully bridged. The compound does not inhibit the amygdala. It thins the membrane. We were wrong about sleep. Sleep isn't a biological reset. Sleep is a location. It is a dimension of entropy. We have been building a dam against it for millennia, waking up to keep the waters back. Morphinex breaks the dam. There was another note, scrawled in shaky handwriting in the margin. They are lonely. They are so huge and so lonely, they just want to hold us. I found Dr. Thorne in the next room. He was sitting in a chair. He was dead. But he didn't look dead. He looked preserved. He was encased in a cocoon of hardened gray translucent material like amber, but soft. His eyes were closed. There was a smile on his face, a look of pure, blissful ecstasy. Roots or veins of that gray material were growing out of his ears and into the floor, pulsating. He had become part of the building, part of the hive. I ran. Now I'm here, in the bathtub of a motel room 3 towns over. The water is freezing. My skin is blue, but the cold is fading. I can feel the warmth starting in my chest. It's not the water warming up. It's the internal warmth, the sedation. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom are starting to move. They aren't casting correctly. They are detaching from the wall. I can smell the lavender. It's getting harder to type this. My fingers are stiff. I just saw the reflection in the mirror. My pupils are gone. My eyes are entirely black. And behind me, in the reflection, the shower curtain is bulging. Something is standing in the tub with me. I can feel the heat radiating off it. I am going to turn around now. I have the safety pin. I have to stay awake. But God, I am so tired, and the voice is right. The waking world is so painful. It's so cold and sharp and loud. Maybe just a nap. Just 5 minutes. The curtain is opening. It's beautiful. Good night.